Welcome, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah. Is this immediately funny to you for some reason?
Well, I don't. It was just silly little voice.
Do I need to sentence you to another tribunal for laughing in class?
But this one's for Will, not for Thessia.
Yeah.
I already have enough on my plate. Thank you very much.
Here, let me hand you a bowl then.
Thank you.
There's nothing in it.
Good.
That's a free bowl.
Thank God. I don't want anything in my bowl either.
So last time, on Beginning of the End, Thessia had another little meltdown, and Aurkrys made it worse by wondering, what happens if I press this button and happening to roll a 1? Yeah, you caused a little bit of a scene down in the geode. Thessia basically swam through the stone, not unlike, well, a stone swimmer, and emerged at the top of Gaia's spearhead, an enormous natural stalagmite and local religious icon. And came down, and you guys kind of managed to diffuse the immediate crowd there, but it's perhaps not the right kind of attention at this exact time for these exact circumstances. Nevertheless, you guys returned to the Baetalus estate, noticing that you seem to have picked up a follower at some point. You weren't able to pin them down on the way back, however. Got there and sort of considered your next moves. Thessia got to go and talk to her extremely ailing grandfather, who gave her had a surprisingly not actively unpleasant conversation, but nevertheless gave her an ultimatum that he doesn't want to see her make any kind of argument in the tribunal that disclaims responsibility for the whole, and certainly not by claiming that it was some kind of act of God. If she does that and passes up the opportunity to be known for the scale of the feat she was able to perform, he will consider it a betrayal of the family, and she will be out as far as he is concerned. Wither was buried in the sand like a mermaid on a beach, and reconnected with part of themselves that had kind of gone silent for a bit after they were fed on by the stone swimmer. And Aurkrys went on back to his place to take care of his dear old dad and his other guests as well. And real quick, as we pick up what's likely to be the following morning, but I want to clarify one thing, which is we know Aurkrys has gone home, and Oz, you mentioned something. You mentioned you were going to try to see if you could access the knowledge from the soul that you have perhaps absorbed from the mortar and pestle.
Yes, indeedly doodly.
And you were going to do this while you were still at the Baetalus estate, it sounds like.
Yes,
so why
I
don't
will
we
remain planted like a rutabaga unless something unplants me.
Okay. So why don't we figure out what comes of that first?
Sounds good.
Oops, let's get these jokers out of here.
You were close, Jones.
Well.
All right, so Wither, as you remain at the estate, and it doesn't get darker for you if you're buried under sand, I suppose, but you let time pass. I contemplated how I wanted to answer your question, or how I wanted to adjudicate this. What I'd like you to do is to go ahead and make me a roll to do and use your green attribute, please.
Oh. Why did it not go?
It did.
Well, I'm already green. Okay.
And this is gonna be, here's your difficulty. All right.
Suck shit.
Yeah.
Suck shit, fate,
Idiot.
idiot. Let's see then. In that case, let me pick some appropriate music. Sure, we'll go with this. So,
Police sirens.
yeah. Woo, 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 woo. You're under arrest for soul crimes. No, that's
Not
my
again.
favorite kind. So in that case, let me hide you real quick, and we're just gonna. Here we go. Set view position. Zone us in. Now, Wither, you kind of root around inside yourself, looking for the knowledge that you have in mind. Trying to figure out if you can access memories, if you can access skills, if you can perhaps even feel any of the person that once was. And you catch flashes. They kind of flutter past you like leaves in a breeze, but you snatch them out of the air. You hear yourself scolding two young girls after they broke a very important piece of pottery. You feel the weight of a child who's a little too old for this by now riding on your shoulders. And you feel the prickle of plants against your palms as you root around in dense underbrush, looking, feeling for just the right thing that you know you need for tonight's. And then it kind of, the last chunk of it does evade you. It was something important, something you were working on for a client, and you pause and realize you're unaware of exactly how much time has passed, and that feeling of plants against your skin is replaced once more by the feeling of the coarse white sand against your skin.
Oh, scary.
And you can feel something different. You feel something having slotted into place. It's been located and it's ready now. You feel as though you understand the nature of a woman who was once called Bion Azu, great-grandmother of Autumn and Autumn's sibling. And yeah, it's still, you kind of have to shake your head a bit to clear things. It's not entirely at your disposal in an orderly fashion, but you feel that you've latched onto something that you could now pull up when needed.
They'll sit there in the stillness of the coarse white sand, definitely noticing that it's quieter than it was before. Seems like everybody has gone to bed or something. And they'll sit there and think about the difference in the physicality, they'll try and recall the sensation of what that prickly plant might have been, or imagine if they've ever seen it before, not really trying too hard, just trying to reckon with and compartmentalize and sort and keep separate the feeling of Beyond Azul and Wither, whoever Wither might be. They'll sit here thinking about that, and then the thought goes back to them about there's somebody collecting these vessels, these objects and items that were once people. That kind of flittered off into the wind amongst all of everything else that's been going on. But it's still in the back of their mind, just slowly sitting there and spiraling in place.
And whether you, having connected with whatever this essence is, you feel as though you can vaguely pick out a voice from among your many, and you feel a jolt that almost makes you twitch despite the weight of all the sand pushing you down. And accompanying that knowledge and those half-remembered phantoms of the past, you get a sudden impulse. The impulse to call out to your grandchildren and apologize and let them know that you won't be able to speak to them anymore.
They rise from the sand like a Frankenstein.
Oh, actually, that's the monster. The doctor is known as Frankenstein.
Quiet seething.
Did you just undead-splain me?
Well, I just wasn't sure if you knew.
Thanks for looking out for me. Yes, they rise from the grit falling off of their various veils and layers, and without telling anybody, without notifying anybody about anything, they will walk through the beautiful little sand garden, disturbing it more than it already has been, and make their way for what was once maybe a home. Not theirs, but a home.
All right. And would that be the dwelling of one Bion Al?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Wither does remember that they sent Autumn to go and bother Peregrine. So who knows? Who knows how that went, but
All right, then I think we're just gonna stick by you for now.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Real quick.
Meebus.
Let's see. Maps that I didn't necessarily know I was gonna need. It's okay. Let me grab it. Do.
here,
I
while
hope
that
I
loads,
didn't.
I'm gonna go feed Alucard lightning quick, because he is
Okay.
bothering me.
Oh, I see.
Here, I'll put us on the unofficial loading screen real quick.
Of course. Pop, 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 pop,
Do-do-do-do.
pop.
See, you're gonna be here, and you were here, and you were here.
One of you were here. Chat, which of you is here?
We're looking.
We're watching.
Oh yeah. Fastest lightning in the west.
That was
Oh,
very
yeah.
fast for feeding a cat. Was that just like food? Chuck it at
Literally
the
just
bowl.
kick the bag over.
No, I have a bag in the cupboard that's like only a few feet away from his dish. And you just pour it out.
Have at it, you filthy animal.
Yeah, filthy animal.
All right. Yeah, you make your way through what is rapidly turning from evening to night through the streets, leaving the Baetalus estate behind with nary a farewell, because you have a mission now. And just to make sure that mechanically things are clear as well, I have gone ahead and thrown another item on your God's hands be guided gift, an edict to
I didn't mean to click it. Fuck, ignore that.
Okay. An edict reading, apologize to Autumn and Bion All for their great-grandmother's disappearance. And for you to do with as you wish. And you come upon the house late at night, and there is light from lamps burning inside. It seems the house is still up, the shop as well, and you just head on in.
They will stand outside the door like a Muppet on Christmas Carol.
Hmm.
And they will kind of look in through the window.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really funny actually. Here, let me I can simulate this. Okay. Let's set view position. Actually, yeah, we'll do this. Set view position. Let's bring you guys in and let's see. What's the right mood for this? Guys, you ever been a green skeleton outside someone's house right at
I
the
am right
start of
now.
spooky month?
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Your
Happy
grandmother
Halloween.
is sorry.
Wait, no, shit, that's gonna date this episode. All right, well,
They don't know what year.
yeah. Happy Halloween. I can't wait for the Oscars next year to see if Tom Cruise's Music
Mission
Man
Impossible
remake
8. This time it's personal. Wins.
wins. Yeah. So standing outside and looking in, you can see several people. You can see Autumn is currently inside with Peregrine. Autumn is kneeling before the small shrine on the inside. Peregrine is pacing back and forth and is holding his arms behind his head with his spear resting across his shoulders and occasionally kind of whirling it around a little nervously before setting it back in place, which you know to be his frustrated at inability to affect a situation nervous tick. With them also is a soldier in pretty fine armament, who doesn't seem to be speaking or taking any action, but is simply standing guard there. And just beyond the curtains, you can make out Beyond all fussing with things in the kitchen. And it's a little striking that despite 4 people being assembled, you cannot hear nor can you see any signs that any of them are talking to each other right now. It seems everyone is stewing over something individually.
Time to add another ingredient to the stew. I don't recognize this person or that style of armor, do I, in any way?
Well, you can't really make out any features. The armor is iron and sapphire and features a chain veil that covers most of the face below the eyes. So if it's a person you've ever met before, you probably wouldn't recognize them at this time. The style of armor is one that's kind of in fashion among high-class professional soldiers or elite guards employed by wealthy patrons.
Interesting. Okay. Wither sees that this is a house that is in disarray. There is discomfort here. Whether that is due to just waiting, or somebody has said something they should not have said, or what. Something is not right here. So they slowly, wraith-like, make their way over. They don't knock. They just open the door if it is open, or if it is unlocked.
Yeah, would it be... Yeah, I think it would, yeah. as he turns for another circuit. Peregrine sees you, and as you walk in, it appears this guard here has taken notice of you as well, but otherwise stands stock still and has no other reaction to your entry. Peregrine, however, he puts the spear in one hand and is about to like plunge it into the floor to not have to carry it for a second, and then realizes, oh, I'm in someone's house, and is like, nah, and like pulls back and then just kind of holds it roughly at his side and walks quickly over to you. Oh, Wither, what are you doing here? I mean, I'm glad to see you. Did you get a message from someone about this?
No.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. You kind of just seem to have a way of knowing what's going on. Well, in that case, how much do you know?
Nothing.
Oh. All right, well, he turns and looks at Autumn, who does not appear to have taken notice of your entry yet. Her eyes are closed, and she appears to be in prayer. And from the clattering that you can now hear, it's likely that Bional in the kitchen also didn't hear the door open because she's making a good deal of noise in there. Peregrine kind of looks to the two of them, and then leads you by the hand over to this little bench here. Ah, jeez. Okay, so, actually, can I ask you a question to start with? Actually, there wasn't anything weird about the object we recovered for Bional the other day, was there? I know she said it looked like it was the right thing, but there wasn't like a second mortar and pestle there, right? Like, I don't think there was, but also I had just been hit over the head, and so I'm worried I might have missed something. Or if there was, he looks at you hopefully, like, maybe?
No. There was only one. We do not know what is strange and what is normal.
The hope on his face quickly goes to a bit of disappointment and frustration, and then his eyes narrow and he looks away from you, folds his hands over his chest and taps his foot on the floor a few times, little rat-tat-tat from his sandal. I messed up.
You are greatly troubled.
Yes. So Autumn came to ask me about, what the other day when you and I went and retrieved the mortar and pestle, and about the brothers who had stolen it, and I kind of thought it was just going to be us going through what we already knew, but we went here to talk to Autumn's sister about it, and apparently, after we returned the mortar and pestle, well, she went to try and commune with her great-grandmother's spirit again, and it was silent. And at first she thought maybe, I don't know if reforged items usually do this, but she thought maybe, after effectively being kidnapped, that maybe it was a sort of traumatic thing, and she was resting, or that she was thinking of what to say, but well, a couple days went by, and no matter how many times she's reached out for guidance or just to try and talk, she hasn't gotten a response. And I think I messed up. I think I let those two pull cloth over my eyes. I think they gave us some other... I think they tricked us. I think they made that whole big show, that whole big story to try and get sympathy from me. After they bashed me over the head, no less, and I trusted them for some reason. And they said, "Oh, we'll give it back." And I thought that was the end of it. I thought no one could be so cruel to do that to someone twice. But they gave us a fake. And they're off somewhere laughing at us now. They've vanished again, and I guarantee you, they've still got her grandmother's soul. And I know it was both of us, but I let myself get tricked once, and then I got distracted, and I was worried about you for a second there, and I didn't question it any deeper, and I even got so worked up. Maybe this was my big moment. Maybe this is the evil I was supposed to confront, and I just let it slip through my fingers. Just thought, oh, I guess it was a false alarm. Like I would clearly know better than God. I'm sorry.
Peregrine, your great evil that you are to defeat. One who knows you would say that it is self-doubt. Do not doubt yourself, Peregrine. You have done nothing wrong.
Well, so far I've done nothing right either. Not if this is... He gestures over to where Autumn is praying. And it was her I was trying to help, and here she still is. Praying to God now because I couldn't get the job done. But I get what she... I'll try not get so worked up about me, since I'm not the one, you know. He came through the door, and I was really hoping maybe in the time since we last saw each other, you'd have solved the case again.
No. We have no answers, but we do have more questions.
For me, or...
For all, more questions. We understand less than we did before.
All right. Gets up off the bench and dusts himself up and picks his spear up again. Well, who would you like to talk to first, then? Or do you want to just get everyone together?
They think back to the first time they were in here, and how beyond all, got a little mad at them for what they
Hmm.
said, but
Mhm.
We will. Hmm. We will speak with Autumn.
Okay. That's okay. I can there's more I guess I can help beyond all with whatever she's trying to do in the kitchen. I think she's trying not to think about this right now. He gives a little nod to this soldier here, who gives a faint nod back. And he looks back at you. That's someone. He's works for He kind of cycles his hand through the air looking for a name. Some magistrate who is helping Autumn investigate this.
Ah,
Sent him with her to make sure she was safe. He walks over and very, very gently lays a hand on Autumn's shoulder. Autumn's mouth had been very slightly moving, forming words as she was lost in prayer, and it stops, and she gives a little start, in spite of how gently he puts his hand on her shoulder. And she looks up. Oh. Is it time to... Oh, Wither. She looks at you for a minute and looks at Peregrine and can seemingly tell from your faces that you have not brought you have not brought unambiguous good news. So her very brief smile kind of falls flat again, but she stands up and she gives you a little polite nod and walks away from the small shrine here. Thank you for coming. I don't know how you knew I was here, actually, but...
we did not.
Oh, well, that explains it. I spent much of the day with that woman, Etria, and she had questions for me about, well, my incident and some other thefts that I wasn't really able to tell her anything about. And we thought we should come and speak to my former life's sister again, and it's worse than I thought.
Hmm. What do you think of this Etria?
Oh, hang on. Sorry. Me in real life, mosquito flew in front of my monitor. I'm temporarily trying to see, is it going to pass in front of it again? I didn't get it. I want this fucker dead.
Get it.
No,
Win.
all right. Okay. If I'm in the middle of talking in character and I suddenly go, hang on, and you hear a loud clap, that's what that is.
Punch a crack in your monitor.
Crunch.
You know what? Rather than me just arbitrarily deciding, let me see what impression Etria has made on her. I'll do a little roll to die in absentia. Okay, purple. Ah. She's been very helpful, but to be truthful, I don't necessarily understand her motives. It's very common for people to give help to us twiceborn, but they don't usually seek us out the way she seems to have and certainly not such an important person of lofty station. She's put a lot of resources at my disposal, so given that it seems grandmother's soul is still adrift somewhere, I suppose that's a good thing. She says little and listens a lot, and I don't know what she's thinking at any given time. I suppose she cracks a very faint smile. I suppose she's a little like you in that regard.
We know the river that your grandmother drifts upon.
You
It
do.
is a safe one. Calm waters lead to the spring of all.
She considers this. That's reassuring to hear. I don't think I understand, though. Do you know where the real mortar and pestle are? Are they safe?
Yes. As do you.
I don't. I don't think Beyond Al wants anything more in the entire world than to know, and I can't tell her.
We have not lied, we have said as such. How to make it clear? How to make it clear?
In this moment, Wither, the part of you that now is their great grandmother really insistently wants to speak on your behalf, to say, I'm right here. I'm in here. And so my question to you in this moment is, will you allow it to do that?
Let's see. Let's do a roll for it.
If you do, that will be the first step to fulfilling this most recent edict.
Mhm.
If you do not, that will constitute rejecting this edict.
Hmm. Let's roll to do it.
Okay.
So, how do we want to do that then? I guess. High, I do it. Low, I don't.
Up to you.
Okay. Let's try that. Hmm. Hmm. Wither stands up. Not quickly, not slowly. They look around this house with all the clutter. This familiar old house. They notice the furniture, that some is new, but some of it is yet again familiar. They look at this cushion. They pick that one out. They turn towards the kitchen. They can smell a recipe that was once theirs. They look at this strange person who's here to observe them in their home, and then also observe them as an outsider. They move to the kitchen.
As you step in here, Beyond All, who's in the middle of cleaning a pot, kind of does a double take, realizes it's you, and carefully, questioningly sets the pot and the rag down and turns to face you. She has no words in this moment. She just looks at you expectantly, wondering why you've intruded upon her home again.
Wither also has no words, but will reach out one hand and wait for Beyond Ahal to see what she does.
She looks down at your hand for a moment and,
Gives you a high five.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, down low. Too slow.
Too slow.
Too
Haha.
slow. Ha 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 ha. Kills you.
I'm gonna get the whole family eventually.
I'll get you, Biona. Let's see. I almost kind of want to give her a little roll here. Let me think. Where is she at in this whole day? I think she looks down at your hand and back up at your face and slowly, sort of quizzically, reaches out towards it. And as her hand is just scarcely an inch from yours, her hand trembles faintly for a moment, and she clenches it, looks down at her own fingers as if a chill had just washed over her, looks up at you, and takes a sort of half a step back, does not end up reaching your hand, and folds her arms over her chest and looks. Well, are you going to tell me what I owe this pleasure to?
They're going to reach forward again. This time, they're going to do it in the way that their grandmother always did. The way that grandma would hug you when you're upset, when you're pissed off, when you just need a hug, that warm touch to ruffle the back of your hair, that little rhythmic squeeze that she gives you.
Oh.
You won't get to smell anything. You won't get to smell grandma's nice smell or anything like that, or her soft clothing, but if you know grandma's hug, you should know it.
Oh, you've teed me up something absolutely perfect here, Oz.
4.
Can you go ahead and give me a roll to do and use your purple stat?
Oh. Let me see. Roll to do. Hang on now. How do I do this again? Click on me. Click on me. Roll. Roll. To do. It won't let me grab my purple. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, it's because you're dyed. You have green swing right now,
you're,
so
you're
it
still
will
locked
only
in.
let
You
you
have to
Okay,
drop
okay.
it.
How do I drop that?
Yeah, so if you just click to none
Drop
swing.
swing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can. I'll give you the 19 though, but yeah,
Okay.
you can go ahead and roll. It doesn't matter. The difficulty ended up rolling 9, so you're
Oh,
fine
okay,
either way.
okay.
Yeah, so you you step forward toward her and outstretch your arms, and she quietly gets out a few words. What are you? And stops mid-sentence as you wrap your arms around her, and you, with your many layers of wispy robe and cloth that sort of dangle around you practically drape yourself across her, and your robes fall across her, and as she freezes, and you feel her tense up for a moment and then relax and she says nothing for a moment. And then you can feel pressure as she returns the hug from the other side, while her face is just entirely in a state of disbelief. Like, she's not even aware of what her own body is doing in this moment. And you don't know exactly how long this embrace lasts. But by the time either of you sort of gets it into your head to start pulling away, you can see that these two have followed you over here and are watching curiously about what exactly is going on here. And somehow no one says anything for some time, and yet the mood in the room gradually shifts, and some of the tension drains out of everyone present. And eventually she does push you just slightly away from her.
Mhm.
And looks at you still confused, still unsure of what this means. But eventually the silence is broken by her very quietly beginning to sob, and seemingly not even noticing it herself at first, not realizing. What? 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 I don't understand. Where? Who are you?
We have been called Wither. And...
Are you? But you weren't. The other day, you weren't. So, how? Are you? No, that doesn't make any. I don't know what this means. But thank you, I think. Beyond Kasi? I'm sorry. Autumn, it's okay. You don't have to. I think everything's okay. Are you She starts to say, "Are you sure?" but kind of looks at her former sister's face and seems to sense that she is entirely resolved on this matter.
We also have questions. And no answers.
All right. If you want to sit down and talk, then we can do that. Excuse me a minute. Can you wait outside, please?
Guy puts his hands up like, I didn't do shit, but all
Yeah,
right.
pretty much, yeah, no, he's just like... He acknowledges her with a nod, doesn't say anything, but goes and you hear the door shut with him just on the other side.
Music just stops.
Yeah.
Can you go outside?
Yeah. What the
And it
fuck?
starts
Get out of
back
my
up
house.
again once he leaves.
It's like, oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I was whistling. I'll go.
Yeah. If you have questions, God knows I still have plenty of questions myself, but at this exact moment I feel inclined to answer them, so take advantage of my good mood while it lasts.
We do not have questions in particular. More a sense of wondering.
Don't forget you can flip your icon horizontally to face me.
No, they're looking away. They're not looking. They're looking at the ground.
Oh, okay.
Someone would need to say something interesting for them to look over.
Peregrine, don't forget you can flip your body horizontally by rotating at the waist.
Aw, thanks, Peregrine. You're a real man. You're a real bro. What a guy. A sense of confusion. You will tell us of your grandmother.
Oh,
Of
I
her
could-
nature, of her wants and desires, of things that would make her yell and scorn others as you just have.
Well, I barely got to know her myself. She was very old when I was born, but I do have precious memories of those early days. Just barely hanging on. She was a great woman. She worked for many of Skon's greatest healers. She worked for farmers. She worked for alchemists. And they said she could find whatever they needed without fail, no matter how rare or tricky or even dangerous it was to try and find some plant or another. She could do it. And I don't think I'd be half the herbalist I am if not for, well, if not for her getting me interested in it while she was still alive and then continuing to guide me by words and even by guiding my hands directly beyond her natural life. And she goes on to describe just little quirks that she remembers from
Just
her
grandma things.
just grandma things from her childhood, things that would get her scolded, things things that would get her praised, things that her grandmother did that she never came to understand, and things that she did that her grandmother didn't understand. And all of it rings true to you. All of it feels familiar and nostalgic, just like parts of this home now do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for how I treated you when you first showed up here, and, well, when you showed up here again just now. For a long time, I could share those memories with my sister. And when my sister was taken from me too, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to carry on. And honestly, I'm still not sure. But that's got nothing to do with you, and I suppose it's got nothing to do with you either, Autumn. I never owned all of my sister's life, and she never owned all of mine. So, it is what it is. If you want to stay here, you're welcome. But I understand if you're used to the sanctuary by now. Autumn looks a bit torn at this. You don't have to tell me now. Just if you... I'm not going anywhere. If you want to show up here. Whenever you happen to wander this way while chasing after whatever it is in that moment. You know, I don't know if anyone in this city's ever been at a dinner table with 3 twice-born.
So we ought.
No, I suppose, yeah, no, you're right. I'm sure he's been at a table with a dozen. But from what I hear, he's an unusual person anyway. Yeah, that is a word you could use to describe him. And I'm sorry to say, I really don't know anything about any other thefts that Autumn came to ask me about, and it sounds like there's some kind of investigation into. I assumed this was a freak one-off incident. It's hard to wrap my head around. But I can tell you that if I ever see those thieves, or if I somehow come across something that could be related, of course I'll let you know.
It is a mystery. It is lost. Nay, merely dispersed. Like vapor. But it will pool again. We will drink down the answers. Peregrine, you will follow.
You got it. Where are we going?
Etria.
Oh, okay. He doesn't sound super jazzed.
Wither stops here, like, you know, when a normal person would say, all right, see you later, and they just stop there and keep walking.
Stop, says nothing.
Mouth open, single squeak.
Yeah, as you get to the door, Autumn raises a hand slightly. Wither, I just wanted to say thank you for coming by. I still don't think I entirely understand, but well, thank you all the same.
They just look over. As in, like, yes, I have heard what you have said.
Your thanks are accepted.
Accepted.
Mouth opens, prints out a receipt for your thanks.
Please move to the next window to complete your transaction.
They will walk outside to the guard.
Where is Etria?
The magistrate's business for the evening has concluded, so I imagine she will have returned to her estate. However, if you are inclined to meet with her again, I'm sure she will see you first thing in the morning. She has told me you're to be given top priority for any reason.
We wish to see her.
Then I will have a message run to her, and I imagine at first light you should be able to meet with her at her magistrate's office. Is that acceptable?
Very well. We will wander.
And so they will spend the rest of the evening wandering the streets with Peregrine.
Like you do.
Like you do.
Hanging out outside the 7-Eleven. Hey, Peregrine, get me a slushie.
Hanging out down the street.
street.
Same old things we did last week. Stabbing random
Nothing
things with a
to
spear.
you.
Oh, those wacky twice-born boys is in a whole heap of trouble.
Heap of trouble.
All right. Neat.
Interesting.
In that case, I think everyone's pretty much accounted for in terms of what they were doing prior to the following morning. So I guess we move on to morning and we move to another person, but whomst? Whomsted of? Let me think. Well, I guess I'll ask. For each of you, for Theseus, AU, gender swap AU, for Thesia and Aurkrys, do you already know, like, are you already in a mindset of, like, I know what I'm, as soon as I next have a chance to do stuff, I know what I want to do? Or are either of you in, like, I don't know, I want to wait and see what happens mode?
Let's see. So I was not I was not updated on Thesia talking to their grandfather as I left while that discussion was happening. So I think my goal for the day is to possibly go see Etria.
I should know.
Wither standing outside their house waiting for the the doors to unlock like in a fucking video game.
6 a.m. Let's go.
I camped out all night. I pre-ordered, baby. I will also note, you don't actually have to do this, but your schedule, I feel a little thing and I immediately look to see if it's the mosquito landing on me. I'm so fucking paranoid right now, man.
Oh, you'll never feel the mosquito.
Like 1 in 100 times I feel a little tingle, and it is actually, I've noticed the mosquito. Usually I don't, though. Anyway, so you can blow this off, potentially. But I should note also, Aurkrys, today would be your next scheduled time to go to the Kishal Hadis estate to work with the kids.
The youngsters.
Yeah, in that case, I can do that.
That's
yeah,
not going to take all day necessarily.
Yeah, it's not an all-day thing, and so it could benefit me to get this bread.
Mm-hmm. And then
$12.
Ouch. Joe, thanks, Biden. And Thessia, how about in your case?
So, I did want to like investigate Myron's blood as well as the records that were at the prison to see if there were any details of note to kind of pull from.
Okay.
To see if there was anything that was like who directly like put him into the prison, if there's anything about his medical history at all, or like whatever sort of like tonics and drugs may have been used with him, like just any details that could guide me to learn more about his bizarre capabilities and also just why he was there in general.
Okay. And are you planning on just looking at I believe you and Aurkrys, although it was not super entirely established who exactly took what, you made off with some records from Stonehold, correct?
Yeah, I wanted.
And yeah. And your presumption is then that Thessia hung on to some of them, or would this be she's gonna go to Aurkrys to access that information?
What would be more interesting? I mean, I guess I could just like it does give a reason to like regroup with Aurkrys almost immediately. The other thing that I had considered was sneaking into Grandpa's room to steal
some shit.
Yeah. But I'd have to wait until it was like he was absolutely asleep. Like I could confirm that the dude was like passed out.
You know, when the quest marker tells you that he's asleep inside the room.
I mean, I could hook you up with some sleepy stuff to like help him.
Yeah, you know, to help him.
To
help him sleep. He needs his rest.
Gam needs his rest.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory. Yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, I'd be down to regroup with Aurkrys and be like, hey, I need those notes and I need to read through on Myron.
Okay.
If that's the case, I guess in the evening, could I just study the blood that I had procured? Because I haven't had a chance to actually like study that at all to see if there's anything can be learned.
That's true. And I guess given that you entombed Wither in the sand, and then you had the rest of the evening off, I guess, and Wither just uprooted like a turnip at some point, and a turnip that can walk away.
Yeah.
I suppose you do have some time for that. So why don't we real quick, it doesn't have to be a whole scene, but why don't we see what you can learn from the blood from just an evening of study. And then as far as who we're going to cut to next, I think for the following day, then it makes the most sense. We'll start with Aurkrys.
Yeah.
And then we'll see how many people might be linking up after that. Okay. So that being the case, let me get your house. Let's actually, no, better still. Let's just go right here. Yeah, so in the evening, after your two very interesting guests both separately just wandered off, your mother did make note that Aurkrys did almost excessively politely announce his departure to her, in a most orderly and proper fashion. Wither, just like the guard at the gate, was like, yeah, they fucking walked
They
out
just
into the
left.
streets. They didn't say shit, and I wasn't gonna ask.
Yeah.
So yeah, you are alone for the moment, and you want to analyze the blood that you took from Myron.
Yeah. Let's
Okay.
see. Should I? You know what? I'll roll to die just to get my blue now, because I will.
Let me.
It's my first. Jesus.
Okay. Do you want to lock in anything off of that?
Not especially. 'Cause
Okay.
They're all kind of.
Well, since you did roll to die, you're going to have to pay the troll toll. Namely, you're going to have to talk about your feelings.
Okay. I guess because yellow is the highest. That's aiming from the heart. Her brain space right now is maybe she's been looking at things, trying to look at them from too analytical an angle, and she's like, okay, well, I've even said myself that runes can be impacted by like the feeling, because like if you're not focused and you're like distracted from stress or what have you, you are going to muck it up. And not only that, but in recent interactivity with like the super rune, that has certainly given her pause with her own like emotions and things like that. So she's hoping to maybe kind of like take a step back and not just lock into the analytical side and be like, all right, what am I feeling from this? What do I feel anything at all just from interacting with this? If it's anything like the rune below or anything like that.
Okay. All right. And so we're starting with the question of, do I get any intuitive feeling from, I suppose, physically interacting with the blood?
Yeah. Like,
what's she gonna do with it, out of curiosity?
Her mission is, first she's just gonna like, because she probably knows what each of the runes like at least look like. She may not be able to activate all of them, but she's gonna make a very small rune of Thale and also a rune of Tear, which is stillness, the one that he was also using down in the prison. And she wants to see if the blood will react to either of them, just on their own. She's not trying to make them do anything crazy, it's just to see if they would ignite at least.
Okay. Then, yeah, why don't you start by giving me a roll to do here? Let's see.
All right, and I guess I will go for yellow this time and just see. All right.
Yeah, you take a small blank tablet, dip one of your claws into the sample of blood that you took from him, and you painstakingly carve out your own rune, and then next to it the rune of stillness, and you try to sense and try to feel, does this spark anything? And the rune of Thale, you do get a sort of feedback from. It feels very much akin to how it normally feels to you when you inscribe the rune. You perceive the dimensions and the interior of the clay tablet and feel as though you could manipulate it, but no more so than usual. And curiously, you lay that finger back on the rune of stillness and feel the air around you. Is it getting any cooler? Was that a... Nope, that was just an air current in the room. Yeah, you sit, you tap your finger a few times, kind of squint. certainly doesn't seem to be anything happening with that one through pure intuition, which isn't too surprising because, like pretty much every Scani, everyone tries at some point.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to see if they might be rune touched. And even people who already are, even knowing full well, it's well established, no one has ever been touched with more than one major rune. Even so, it would be rare to find a rune touched who hadn't been like, but what if I try?
Right.
and just did that. And you do it, and you don't feel anything other than a brief, like, it's like I'm 15 again.
Yeah. I think she just kind of like wraps her fingers on the table, thinking a little bit. And I think it's also that thing of like, fuck it, I got maybe a day or so to live anyways. And she'll like just take a little sip of the blood and just see anything. Does this do anything for the brain? Is it like, just because he was in a wild state when they met. And so she's just like, I don't know, anything at all.
Okay, let's see. Free Freon. Oh, it's got electrolytes. And what color do you think Myron's blood Gatorade would be? I'm gonna guess not blood colored.
Cucumber lime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really thought about that. Like, blood is red for people in this setting, right? Like,
I guess
yeah.
it would depend on how much iron we're eating.
Well,
but
yeah.
I mean, fair.
Normally, yes. Most people, regardless of their body being transfigured, bleed relatively what we would think of as normal blood when they are injured. Okay, why don't you go ahead and give me another roll to do, and we'll see if you can get anything for this one.
All right, let's see. I guess I'll just go wild. No, Thessia does not.
Tastes like slightly old blood. And you choke it down, and you try and feel, like, is there anything, am I getting anything in the tips of my fingers? Am I getting anything in my consciousness? And you can kind of get one thing out of this, which is a bit of process of elimination. Namely, it didn't feel exactly the same each time, but there were clear similarities between your original incident when you created the hole and your incident triggered when you tried to activate the rune to seal the tunnel. And you know, there were sort of patterns you can discern in how your mind unhinged from perceiving reality and into this alternate state of consciousness. And you are confident whatever you might be deriving from the blood, it does not seem to be inducing a similar state. So if there's a physical trigger that you could hit upon, it doesn't seem to be anything carried in Myron's blood.
Okay, so I think Thessia's hypothesis then is maybe it isn't physical at all. It is truly just like a state of mind situation. And she's still going back to the breath as a basis, because like that's the major connection still so far, is that made her brain go into a like super lucid state to the point of essentially being unconscious in a hallucinogenic state. And so I guess I think the last thing she'll try before she just like goes to bed is she's gonna see if she can do any amount of like meditation of just like, can I just go into a true Zen state that is maybe not the same because that was bad, but similar to where she was able to just like blank it all out.
Okay. Let's see. Meditation.
No
All right.
breathing.
Meditation, no breathing. Okay. Go ahead and make a roll to do, and use your blue, if you would, please.
Baloo. All right.
Okay. You sit down, and you relax all the muscles in your body, and you try and dig down into your mind for. Wow. You try and find the way back to thinking like you were thinking in those moments and perceiving like you were perceiving. And it's frustrating. It's like whatever provoked that, and from whatever part of you that wild, fantastical mind journey was conjured out of is entirely elusive. It's like you can't even begin. It's like looking for a small item you don't even know if you lost for sure in a room that's full of junk. And it's frustrating. It's like you can picture how it felt, but only as a third party thinking about it as if it was like someone else's memory. You do think of one thing though, as you're kind of in frustration, getting ready to just, all right, fuck it, I'll just go to sleep. You as you do start drifting off, you do remember you've passively picked up some things that he's mentioned at various points. Maybe Aurkrys has something that could do that.
Yeah.
He did, after all, he gave something to Myron, and Myron claims that did weird stuff to him and made him go on a crazy rampage in which he killed his family, which is not ideal, but apparently that's stuff Aurkrys has.
Yeah. We just have to be in the right environment.
An environment that doesn't contain my immediate family.
Right, exactly. So she like looks into the mirror and just keeps like wrapping her fingers on the table and just like nothing to be done about it, I suppose. And she will make her way and just kind of flop into bed and just like big sigh in the pillow, just just like not making progress.
All right. Then we will go ahead and cut to the next morning, and Aurkrys gonna keep his appointment with the kids on the playground. So let's put you here, and let's pick out some music. Let's see. Set the view position. Why don't you preload the scene while I work on the jukebox?
Cool.
Let's see. I think we can just do... sure. So, the following day... Actually, real quick, before we get into the following day, per se, there is one thing I want to resolve with you, Aurkrys.
Mhm.
Namely, so you dosed yourself pretty good before drifting off in the hopes of having some interesting dreams and or prophetic visions, did you not?
Oh yeah.
Okay, have you, Austin, perused the new ability of the gift you leveled up last session?
Let me do so now.
Why don't I just,
Yeah,
I'll
you could just copy paste it.
sure. So this is the relevant, oh, no, that's not what we want. Don't copy that. I just want the text, please. Thank you. So, anytime you rest long enough to restore a wounded attribute, which you will have done in between these sessions, You may swim the currents of your dreams to divine new truths to enact upon the world. When you do this, you can make one roll to do with each of your attributes and store the results, replacing any leftover from a previous rest. And when you use this gift's power, which is normally once per session, you do have the ability to use it a second time at a cost. Aside from just making something automatically succeed or fail, you can replace the roll with one of the pre-made rolls from your vision. And when you do that, it not only replaces the result of the roll, it replaces the attribute being used, which can change the nature of the action. So if you replace someone else's roll with like your roll to do using Blood Eye, then their objective stays the same, but the nature of their action will become vicious and violent. And likewise, if you use your orange, it will become conciliatory, smiling eye. And if you use your yellow, it will become mystical. So, yeah, you have the ability to make people act in ways that you would act in a limited capacity.
Splendid. I love that. So
why don't you go ahead and make a roll once with each of your attributes?
Okay. Would that just be like a roll to die, I guess?
So you do roll to do and pick your yellow once and your orange once and your red once.
Good. Better. Best.
Okay.
Yeah, this is great. I love this.
So, ideally, it would be even better if I had a super convenient way for you to just like auto store those somewhere. I don't offhand.
Let me.
So you're gonna want to jot those down. I can grab a copy of them. Actually, you know what I can do here is I can do this and then paste them in here. I'm just gonna paste them into general.
Okay.
So we've got a living record. And so you can use any of these until you replace them by using this again.
Wonderful.
All right. So after a night of trippy visions, which is pretty much a normal night for you, you make your way over to the estate of Kishal Hadis. And we're going to music swappy. And let's see, we'll go with, oh, that's right, I was using this, I think. Yeah. So, you enter, come down the main hall again, and you can see servants at work polishing and cleaning each of these statues in the main chamber. And you can see Kishal Hadis in her chair at the head of the household, in some manner of discussion with a golden-haired man in a cloak who you recognize as being another of the children's regular tutors. Unlike you, he is an actual honest-to-goodness scrivener. His educational bona fides are unimpeachable and probably a lot more legitimate than yours, to be honest, but nevertheless, he's a normie, and he's a bit of a stick in the mud sometimes. And it's not likely he holds a terribly high opinion of you, and possibly the reverse is true, or maybe it's a I pity you, I don't think about you at all situation.
Yeah, it's fine. It's you know, he has something to offer the children. I have something else completely. We are different, but each useful in our own right.
Kishal Hadis looks a bit troubled and is kind of very rapidly drumming her fingers on one arm of her lush black silk upholstered chair as the man appears to be concluding some manner of report to her. He's got a tablet tucked under one arm and is holding forth with the other, gesticulating. And so, in summary, well, your daughter has turned in an adequate performance, as she consistently does. Your son, I would say, shows a bit more promise in certain respects. I fear he may be putting his talents toward the wrong area, however. That's neither here nor there. Look, you understand that you've only been working with them for 2 years now, so don't you think any conclusions at this time might be hasty? It could be as you say, madam. That being said, I have served many ennobled families in my capacity as a scrivener, and I have no doubt I will serve many more after my time here is concluded. And I also have a responsibility to Skan and to myself to make sure that my expertise is being utilized in the best possible place, and I'm sure you understand. Yes. Well, then why don't we discuss this again after the next exam, shall we? That sounds entirely reasonable. Good day, madam. He turns around, catches your eye, gives you a curt little nod. Master Aurkrys.
Give him a little bow. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Master Aurkrys. She reaches over to a dish on the side table and takes a small ingot of jade and pops it into her mouth. I just don't know what I'm going to do about these children, Master Aurkrys.
Oh?
They have, well, I already knew they had an exam coming up being proctored by one of their other tutors, and, well, I didn't realize quite so much was riding on it, but it seems he has some concerns that the children are not the students with the most potential of those he can imagine. His words, not mine.
I don't.
And I just don't know what to do. They're both
necessarily. I don't find this to be the case necessarily. I believe that. Look, not to besmirch the, I'm sure, very. Not to besmirch my colleague in this regard, but 2 years is plenty of time to start seeing some improvement. I would hate to say that eventually one must look at the teacher for not getting through to the students.
Yes, of course, you could be right, and it would be much to my preference to blame the teacher than his adorable students, but Master Hadrian came so highly recommended from so many quarters. I took him into my household in the first place because I was made to understand that he was the best that my influence could buy for them, and my children deserve nothing less than the best. And he has given me cause to wonder if perhaps, while I am providing the best that I can, if they are not giving their best in return, and I just don't know what to do about that problem, Master Aurkrys. Oh, they're both smart as whips. I don't understand how they could be struggling in any subject, let alone mathematics, natural sciences, not my own areas of deep knowledge, admittedly, but you know, it's just numbers. You just scratch them down. They always work the same. If it was philosophy or something, you know, that takes a certain type of mind, they say, but
well, not every duty within the city requires a mind for numbers. And there are plenty of duties to be had. It is all a matter of finding the purpose that calls to them, and then readying them for that purpose as best we can.
Well, Nier has made it quite clear he's interested in studying botany or some such, so I thought this natural sciences apprenticeship would be easy, simple, straightforward for him, and he tries so hard, and I don't understand why he hasn't achieved more success. And then meanwhile, Far, I don't know what Far wants to do. Do you know? Not Master Hadrian, I won't... He hasn't said this. Maybe he's thought it. She glares. He hasn't said this, but one of their other tutors has suggested that in Far's case, perhaps it might be time to turn our attentions more fully to marriage prospects. Which is never what you want to hear from the child's tutor. That's what I want to hear from their handmaidens. That's what I want to hear from their friends, I suppose.
Well, it is something to be considered eventually. However, we should, before doing that, we should best see to it that we have exhausted all other avenues. Perhaps there is a potential, perhaps there is a latent potential within her that she has not had the opportunity yet to discover for herself.
She pops another 2 small pieces of jade into her mouth. Well, I certainly hope so. I know so. I know so. From my daughter and my son. But for now, Master Aurkrys, I must ask... I know it's not necessarily your particular area of expertise, but Master Hadrian has set them in this exam, as I said. Mathematics, natural sciences, please see that they stick to their studies. Please do something. I know they have the potential, and I just need them to show it when it matters from time to time. And they seem entirely interested they're off in their own heads. They're out partying with friends. It was just their birthday, so I won't begrudge them for that, but goodness, sometimes someone needs to crack a whip. And I believe you may be my man, Master Aurkrys.
Perhaps. Are you familiar with the land of Saxit?
I cannot say that I am. She flops back into the chair. Tell me.
Well, I'm reminded of a certain, a child's toy that I was once shown in Saxit. It is like a small cage. You place both fingers in opposite sides, and when you pull, the cage tightens in such a way that it will not let you pull them apart. It is only by pushing them together can you loosen the device enough to pull one finger out at a time. I say this as to suggest that perhaps the whip is not the suitable tool to get them to go in the right direction, but perhaps an outing, a day to see Scon for what it is, a chance for them to see what their potential realized may look like. Perhaps I should take them up to the college on a bit of an outing, a chance to inspire them to see what their potential realized might look like.
Oh, she sighs wistfully and sinks a little deeper into her chair. I had such high hopes. If either of them were rune touched, then we'd certainly be set for their whole life. We can't all be so fortunate. Nevertheless, I'm sure at the colleges, besides the runic, a college, a scriptorium, whatever, take them up to the Lyceum I think that sounds like a wonderful idea, Master Aurkrys. they make this little toy?
With wicker.
Wicker. Sewn together
A-
reeds, yes?
Yes. You sew them together. I'm sure I have one back at home. I'll bring it. I'll bring it soon and show it to you.
Yes, please do. It sounds fascinating. Better yet, if you've got a blue... she waves a hand. But that's for another time. Oh, Master Aurkrys, you're going to love this one. If you're going up to the college, I've heard there's some rumblings about...
Rumblings?
It seems that some of the senior members of the colleges are, well, you didn't hear this from me, but apparently they're thinking of having a bit of a chinwag about what to do about this whole big to-do with your friend. I forgot you brought her here. With poor Master Thessia.
Yes. I'm slightly concerned that Madame Thessia finds herself in a bit of a quagmire. And I am still just racking my brain on ways that I could help her.
Oh, I thought I got it that time. Fuck! It was right between my hands and I clapped. Mother, I can feel it bit me on my lower leg. I can feel it.
I straight up moved the camera because I thought that was like a transition to the kid showing up or something.
No.
If only. No, it's just me slowly being feasted upon here in the background. Yeah, she stops and thinks and kind of like fans herself almost. Oh, goodness. It's a terrible situation, of course. Please convey her my sympathies the next time you see her. Also, you know, apparently, and I heard this from my hairdresser's sister is a servant of one of the maids who works at the college alongside, well, let's just say, I have sources on the inside, and apparently they're not of one mind. They're not of one mind, and no one's in charge. It's a terrible situation. One church, 6 of them. They were doomed from the start. Oh, not doomed. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to say your friend is doomed.
Who among them might find themselves sympathetic towards Lady Baetelis's plight?
Well, you have to assume that the Shapers will have her back, but it's difficult to say beyond that. Apparently, though, and again, this one actually comes from one of my cousin's sisters, who has worked with... Never mind, it doesn't matter. There's some kind of... they're having some kind of summit, some very hush-hush, off the books, off the tablets kind of thing. A bit of skullduggery. It's very unlike them from what I've heard. I just tell you this because, she just seems like... She's such a sweet young lady. I do hope that you're able to help her, Master Aurkrys, if that's what you're setting out to do. But it seems you'll have your hands full. Just helping everyone all day, all the time. It's what you're best at. She gives you a friendly pat on the shoulder.
I do try.
Now, children! There's a precipitous pause, but after a while, the two of them do come trudging out of the wing of the estate in which their bedrooms lie. Yes, Mother? Yeah? you're going out with Master Aurkrys today. It's been decided he's going to show you the lofty heights to which you can aspire if you do well on your upcoming mathematics exam. Of course, Mother. Yes. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's just go. Lovely. Oh, I wish I could go with you. I have to go check on the business today.
Well,
Find them a nice souvenir, and find me a nice souvenir too, won't you? Something intelligent.
I will endeavor to do so.
Lovely, 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 lovely. Would you like a piece of jade before you go?
No, I couldn't.
More for me. In any case, best of fortune to you, Master Aurkrys. My children's fate is in your capable hands, as always. Children, thank Master Aurkrys for having your fate in his capable hands. Thank you, Master Aurkrys.
You're welcome. Come.
You're barely out of earshot of the servants here as you make your way out of the house when Far mutters from somewhere behind you. So you're gonna explain that the freak show from yesterday?
What is there to explain?
Oh,
I don't know. You were down there with some crazy lady, like climbing the Gaia's spearhead, right? What's that about?
Far from crazy. There's plenty of opportunity for a very unique view atop that spire. An experience that not many others can say they've had.
Well, yeah, because I think a normal person probably gets executed for that, right? Or you just fall to your death from the top. Can we talk about something else? So you guys heading off, you're gonna take them down to...
We'll take them to the college.
Okay. To a specific, like the College of Alteration, or...
Well, let's see. I suppose I should do a personal analysis on both of them to get an idea of what they might be suited for.
Okay. Well, for starters, why don't I just take you to the district?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do, we'll put you here, and we'll put, oh, gotta remember to use my loading screen. Bam.
Yahaha.
And let's put you up here, and let's kill those two. No! Oh. Alright, yeah, we can, go ahead and just, yeah, see?
Yeah.
Let's just put you right here. And we'll get that loading, and let's get some music going. Yeah, we'll do, so you walk with them a good ways. And as per usual, Nier is attentive and spends most of the time asking questions and cracking the occasional joke. He has a bit of a nervous motor mouth, and it's in full operation today, while Far says like nothing the whole time unless specifically addressed. But you arrive among the lofty institutions of education here in the Lyceum.
This is one of my favorite places in Scotland. So quiet. So everybody doing what they can, learning what they can, so that they can bring their knowledge together for the betterment of our city.
This is a lovely tree, actually. I'm sure I've been up here before, but not in a long time, I don't think. I thought this was like my height, but I can stand all the way under this now. They grow faster
quickly.
than they expect, this species.
That's correct. I've always been fond of the varying forms and shapes that life takes. It's part of what inspired me to leave Scon for a time.
Is it any more interesting out there?
Fascinating in some respects, dangerous in others. Life takes forms that they all feed on life. It is all meat.
Far kneels down here and begins idly removing one petal at a time from one of these flowers. That actually kills them. Like if you do that too much, they need those. Oh, damn, it's all meat.
Indeed. It is all meat that is trying to trick one another into not eating it. For one reason or another, usually its own survival. They do this by developing poisons, by developing needles, by developing colors to hide amongst themselves. Anything that it takes over many, many years to survive. That which lives passes on. That which lives passes on its characteristics, and that which dies does not.
Oh, won't be hearing from this flower again. Hey, Nier, check it out. She sets 4 petals down on the cobbles in front of him, and he looks down quizzically. I have 4 flower petals. If I take away 2, how many do I have? Oh, shut up! I'm not that bad at math.
He didn't answer.
The answer was 2, by the way. She sweeps them into the trench here. Are we in trouble?
Not with me. Though you might be soon. With your mother. She is concerned about your mathematics skills.
Yeah, I mean, he throws up his hands, frustrated. I study my ass off, and I do okay. It's just old man Hadrian thinks I should be doing exceptional, I guess.
We are a city of builders and buildings alike. Math is an important part of our day-to-day. Unless you found yourselves rune-touched.
No, I mean, everyone tries, but no. No, and Mom keeps going on about maybe you're a late bloomer. That's not how it works, and I don't want to have that conversation with her.
Well, Regardless, there are plenty of ways in which a noble scion may find themselves useful to their family, even if they are not rune-touched. Mathematics is usually required for all of them.
All? Even...
Usually.
Don't gotta be good at math to get a rich husband.
That is one of the few ways in which it isn't.
Yeah, see? I'm all set. This is a you problem, Near.
Unless you wish to take up a spear.
He grimaces. No, I can't say I do. Ugh. Yeah, you would definitely die, like, immediately. I'm not even talking in battle. I think you'd trip.
Well, officers, yeah, even then, officers are often responsible for logistics.
Oh.
How many resources do we have? How many resources can I expend? You get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Do you need much math to, I don't know, be like a gardener? You can't be a gardener as a noble kid. Come on. Don't be stupid.
I do fear that that would be a waste of your blood. Maybe remember it as a hobby. Use the skills that you developed in that hobby to help you in other matters. But you were born for more than that, I'm afraid.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that from you. It sounds like you've spent your whole life doing whatever you felt like.
I am bastard born. I was fortunate enough to have the resources and none of the expectations.
Must be nice.
Well, in any case, while my brother suffered the expectations, he tragically passed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And now his responsibilities fall to me anyway.
Mental note. No point killing my brother. Thanks.
No, not unless your marriage prospects turn out for the worse.
Okay. Probably no point. Far. I'm just saying. I know where you sleep. Hey, how much longer are we going to be out here? I was going to meet some friends later.
That depends. How inspired are you feeling?
I feel inspired to go and do something fun.
What do you do for fun?
No, we like to hang out at the promenade, see what they're selling there, what the families are hawking. To go and slum it in the work sometimes. I like to go down and just walk around in the geo, see and be seen. That's what we were doing yesterday.
To spend your mother's money.
Mm-hmm. That's what it's for. Money's for spending.
I agree.
I learned that, that's like the most important lesson, and I learned that one right away. So who's the good student now?
Money is best spent, as you can hold on to it and lose it and gain nothing in turn. However, it is also good to save. Because you never know where you might end up.
Oh, like, end up. Well, I wasn't. Did you end up roaming the mists for that reason?
Partially. I thought that there had to be more to this world than just our fair city. Not that I don't, not that I dislike it, but I'd only ever known very few people to speak of the outside world. And those that did seldom spoke of the things that interested me. I was interested in life. I was interested in seeing relationships, seeing culture different from my own. I'll have the rest of my life to take in Scan. What's 10 years seeing everywhere else that there is?
Oh, hang on. Near, we gotta do the thing. What? Oh. Did Mom ask you to pick up a souvenir?
She did.
All right. They walk up to each other and perform the I didn't think of this in advance, but the Scani equivalent of rock paper scissors. Oh, come on. Sorry. You lose again. All right. I'm gonna go find a souvenir.
Good luck, kid.
Do you think you can just walk into a scriptorium and, like, buy a tablet? I don't know. I guess I'll find out. He walks off a little ways.
Your interests seem to lie in more of the superficial.
She fishes around in her dress and pulls out a small box, flicks it open, and takes out a piece of jade, also her favorite snack. I guess. Is that a problem?
Not at all. I know many people like that. I
That's good.
myself have my predilections.
It's just, you know, when everything's boring and sucks, this is the best there is. So why not, right?
This is not the best there is.
Nope. Well, no, you're right. Your drugs are a lot better, but, like, you know, that kind of stuff.
Even beyond just what my medicines can offer your mind, there are still experiences to be had. Those experiences make life a little sweeter.
And what kind of experiences are you after? You left the city for it and told us a lot of crazy stories, but I don't think I still really understand why you took, I don't know, couldn't have been the path of least resistance, right?
No, it certainly wasn't. It was worth it. It was worth it to find God.
Ugh. She rolls her eyes. You mean that in like a metaphorical sense? I've never pegged you as the religious type.
I am not. Having been everywhere, I can tell you, I found no God. I found the shadows of gods, to be certain, but they're the same shadows of God that lives here in Scon.
Yeah, I remember the all gods are one spiel. Yeah, it's as likely as anything, I guess. Oh yeah, don't tell a priest I said that.
No. And even so, for all the little that the gods seem to give us, there are always men who seem fit to give the gods everything they have, and more. It is not enough to... It is not enough to simply give oneself to the gods, for they demand everybody. And that piety that they wear always seems to prove quite profitable. For them, at the very least.
You don't like it, huh?
Whether I like it or not it does not matter. But what I have seen is that people are willing to act in any sort of way as long as they think God is with them.
Is God with that lady?
That remains to be seen.
Okay. So you did know who I was talking about. You assumed.
You mean Miss Batalis?
Right, yeah. That was, Thesia Batalis, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh, yeah. And you brought her around the house the other day, too, didn't you?
I did. She's been sick lately. I've been seeing to her recovery. Though that may not pan out in a
Yeah,
way
not if they
that
burn her alive.
ultimately benefits me.
But she doesn't pay you. Our mom pays you.
Indeed.
She's like actually looking at you for the first time in this entire day's worth of interactions. Her expression is as blank as ever, but she seems to be wheels turning at the moment. So why?
Why what? Why do I help Miss Thesia?
Yeah. You haven't said a single thing to us that's ever made me think you'd help someone, just for no reason.
Well, if Miss Thesia does survive her coming tribulation, all the better, as I have made myself extremely visibly available to the Batalis family in this challenging time. And if she doesn't, well, I have made myself extremely visibly available to the Batalis family in this trying time. Her mother, her sibling, anything I can do to help will surely be repaid in kind with anything they can do to help me. The city operates on a system of pulleys between invisible ropes that sit between every person. Everything is a give and take.
But the Batalist family's on the way out. Why are you helping them? Why are you trying to look good for them instead of, I don't know, anyone else? Our mom? I mean, it's gotta be easier things, right?
Perhaps. But if I can pull off a miracle, everyone will see that. And those who perform miracles are in high demand.
Well, if there's no God, there can't be miracles, right?
No. But there may be instances of good fortune. Luck, or the perception of luck, is simply the moment where preparation meets opportunity. Everything outside of that is the moment to create opportunity. The more opportunities I create, the more chances there are for my preparation to show itself. The better my luck. That is why I try to be knowledgeable on as many different topics as I possibly can. In order to climb the rungs, you need to work out the muscle.
And is there anything worthwhile at the top of those rungs?
That
If
remains to be
everything's
seen.
all this boring bullshit, then why does it even matter?
Because the climb is all there is. I'm sorry to say. But with each rung, I am able to further pursue my interests.
Well, I guess I'll wait and see if you can pull off a miracle then. You pull off a miracle and maybe I'll read over those mathematics tablets.
What you do with those tablets really doesn't matter to me. After all, you being underprepared only makes me look better. Those pulleys I was talking about, the ones that sit between all men, all women, and all in between and outside. The strength to pull on those strings is everything.
Okay, so you cannot just take a tablet from a scriptorium, but the scrivener there agreed to give me his all word in exchange for a favor, I guess. So that'll be good enough, right? And Mom doesn't mind owing people favors. Oh yeah, she seems to get off on it. Yeah.
Well, with that, I think that this has been a fine time. Both of you, I would like you to sit and maybe meditate a bit on the things that I've told you.
Was just getting up. slightly grouchily plunks her butt back down.
Not here. On your own time.
Oh, thank God. What should we be meditating about exactly?
The things you saw here. What those things mean. The things you heard from myself, from the people that you interacted with on the way here. From the ways you heard other people interact between each other as you walked through the aisles of the store. Everything is a give and take. Never forget that.
Okay.
And one of the things that mathematics helps you understand the best is whether you have taken more or given more.
All right, that at least makes sense. If Adrian would ever relate it to anything, then that would help me a lot, at least. All right, meditation. Okay. I will do that. All right. You had a good time with that, champ. Master Aurkrys, pleasure as always.
Indeed. For now, you are dismissed.
Far, are you just gonna... Okay, you're... All right, yeah, you're walking away. All right. She's meeting her friends, I assume.
Probably.
All right.
What of your friends? I think they're probably busy on this little notice. This is nice, actually. If I've got to meditate on this, I'm just gonna do it here. Very well. I will likely ask you later on what sort of thoughts entered your mind as you took everything in. Be prepared for that.
Well, he holds up and jingles the all-word, the standard set of all the Prince of Scani characters for inscribing in clay tablets. Well, I can write them down now, so it'll work out.
Very well. Have a good day, Nier.
You too, Master Aurkrys. He flops back into the grass here.
Secret meeting, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I will endeavor to find out more about this secret meeting.
Okay. Let's see. So, I'm trying to quickly recall. Right, Wither was waiting to go see Etria right at the beginning of the day.
Mm.
And Thessia was probably going to come and end up meeting up with Aurkrys for a couple of reasons that we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Why don't we we go
I'll head home and pick up that Saxit finger trap and while I'm there, Thessia can come a knocking in her own time.
What does a linebacker do when he reaches a quarterback? He sacks it.
I just said Texas backwards.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Is your name fucking horse spelled backwards? All right, then let's go back to Wither next.
Okay.
Okay, let's phase all of you out of existence because you're not gonna be here in this continuity. And then
No, my timeline.
and then I'm going to we'll do that and this and grab me a wither. Boop. All right. So, Wither, you are you are basically just you spend the night wandering around with Peregrine, and your wanderings end eventually at the magistrate's office where Etria works. And you are there when she arrives in the morning with one guard at her side. She gives you a slight nod. Presumably, she knew you were going to be here, but she still appears to find some slight bit of humor in the fact that you're just standing in front of you, just here,
Covered in morning dew.
yeah, like a lawn
Shivering
ornament.
slightly.
Yeah. And
Can't feel cold, but it's still shivering.
And did you keep Peregrine with you at the end of all this?
It's up to him. If he wants to stick around, he can. But what is one twice born to deny another?
Okay. Yeah, then I think okay. In that case, let's just we'll put you on the threshold here. Let me do. Set that position. Let's preload the scene. Let's play some music.
Peregrine, do your funny morning dance.
Oh, okay, she's here. Yeah, we'll go with we'll go here. Yeah.
Oh, scary.
So she shows you inside and looks at you first, Wither, and then to Peregrine, and gives him a slight bow. And you are Peregrine, twice born. I'm Wither's friend, and we go around together sometimes. He does the morning dance. She looks to you, Wither. Is this your associate here assisting you in this endeavor?
He is present. Will this be a problem?
Why don't you go ahead and make a roll to do, and you can add your twice born privilege bonus on this.
Wait, hang on. What the fuck? It not let me roll. Roll to do.
This is bullshit.
This is bullshit. And then.
Okay, well that's a 31. So I don't think I'm even gonna bother rolling an opposition roll here. That being said, don't forget that in your context menu you have your custom rolls, so you can just click that twice born privilege roll if you want your 2d6 added automatically in future.
Oh, I see it. Thank you.
You
Thank you.
can
Yes.
do like a little this kind of thing, and it'll just shimmy,
like
shimmy,
like a pretend I don't do this, but also yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shimmy, 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 shimmy.
It's okay. I got like the same thing basically.
I was like,
Basically.
Basically.
yeah. The kaleidoscope patterns glide across her body impassively for a few moments, and then she just she gives another little bow and waves you both inside, saying nothing else. And the guard ahead of you moves in first and takes up station beside her desk. And she walks along beneath shelves stacked with golden ornaments and candelabra and sits down at her desk. Have a seat wherever you like.
Sits on the very, very edge of the stool, just like the very edge of it, really weirdly. Looks around here, observes this place, but it looks like they're not. Looks like their
Yeah.
eyes are still, but they're trying to like absorb the ambient surroundedness. Looks at these plants next to them, thinks.
Hmm. And Peregrine sits down here and then kind of like looks around the room once and appears to decide it feels weird for him to be sitting right next to her while you're over there, and gets up and just kind of like stands here in this general vicinity, hover handing with his entire body. She settles into her chair and rests her arms on it. So, Wither, you have come to confer with me? Do you have information for me, or perhaps questions?
General Quandary.
I see. Well, I would certainly love to resolve that for you. She leans ahead and places her elbows on the desk. Go on.
We wish to know, to understand, to comprehend what is the word? The nature of your interest in this mystery.
Ah, I see. It was perhaps a bit foolish of me to think this, but the few twice-born that I've had the privilege to know have scarcely spared a question for, well, motives. Typically, they are aware of some pressing need, and they will take help from whatever quarter is willing to provide it. But I suppose at the end of the day, a twice-born is a person, and everyone cares about motives.
Blinks.
If you are referring to the matter with Thessia of Batalis, well, as magistrate of the city, I am charged with dispensing justice when the city has a particular vested interest in seeing that it is done. For any sort of minor offense, well, typically the aggrieved parties can work it out between themselves, but some crimes demand a higher standard of justice and a more public one. And that is the essence of my role, to administer such justice, using all of the wisdom at my disposal. In this particular case, well, not merely the scale of the destruction and death, but the troubling implications of how it reflects on some of Skon's most central institutions, the College of Alteration for most specifically, and the Rune Touched in general. It's a delicate matter, and it requires a delicate touch which I dare say I am blessed to possess. For similar reasons, religious authorities have placed their trust in me to examine this matter of reforged items going missing. After all, The destruction or theft or sabotage of such items is a most grave sin. And one that, unlike in the case of that enormous hole, there is no clear perpetrator for as of yet. And so, I intend to place all my resources at the disposal of that investigation. Yourself included, if you're willing. And College of Innocence for another. I wouldn't want to see any more harm befall our civilization's, well, some of our most treasured peoples, though they may no longer wear a human form. Does that answer your question?
No.
I see. Perhaps you could rephrase it in a more specific way?
We do not normally know how to make assumptions, we believe is the word. But through observation, we will say it perhaps bluntly.
Please do.
It seems as if you did not. How to say this?
Ha! I got it! Sorry. Mosquito dead.
Holy shit. You scared the fuck out of me, man.
It seems as if you fucking got that guy. Holy shit. It seems as if it was already decided that Thessia Batalis should die.
Does it now? Let's see. Trying to think if I want to call for any roll here or if we just roll ahead with RP. No, I think I'll just roll ahead, and if you want to try and, if you have a specific, like, oh, can I insight check that, then stop me and just let me know. I see. May I ask what gives you that impression?
Oh, you know, you.
You may, but we do not have what we believe would be a sufficient answer.
Ah, it's a feeling you get, but you can't necessarily articulate why. That is troubling. It's certainly not an impression I would prefer to give off. It is important that all people of Skan have confidence in the impartiality of my judgments. Peregrine, was it? Do I give that impression to you? His eyes widen, he straightens up super stiff and grips his spear. I'm just here, man. I'm just a I'm not, you know, I'm I'm just here with Wither, you know. This is you're maybe a little spooky. I see. A shame.
Presses button, trapdoor.
Yeah. Well, then allow me to speak frankly. And perhaps I can clear up any doubts you may have about my role and hopefully your role here as well. The patterns on her have been kind of a sort of constantly shifting, swirling maelstrom in the time that you've been speaking. And they slow and sort of slow until they've almost frozen statically in place. As she leans forward over the desk and focuses on you very intently. I believe that it is in the city's interest for a magistrate to have all possible information before her, before she makes a final judgment. This is only sensible. This is only reasonable. However, there are times when it is not the facts of the situation per se, but the city's interest that must be at the foremost of my concerns. And sometimes the city's interest is painfully clear and painfully desperate. This incident, the formation of this whole, was only the latest in a string, I fear. The rune-touched are ascendant. Their numbers are few, but their power is great. And myself, and many who share my concerns, believe that it is necessary for the restraints upon them to be tightened. There was a time before the runic colleges existed. Runes far predate them. And there have been periods in Skon's history that were terribly chaotic, terribly destructive. Because, alas, it turns out that our nature as imperfect beings, as mortals far below the auspices and the wisdom of our God, is such that when wondrous and terrible powers are bestowed upon, well, anyone with sufficient fortune, not all such people prove worthy of such a responsibility. The colleges were founded to see that those who were so blessed received a full and necessary education in how to control those powers, and most importantly of all, when and how not to use them, lest they unleash that same chaos and destruction our city has suffered from in the past, and is now suffering from again, I fear. The purpose of this tribunal, indeed, is not to assess whether or not Thessia of Baetalus is guilty of the crime of murder and destruction. It is to show the people at large that she is, and that she is not alone in that regard. I wish her no ill will. But alas, it seems we have reached a point where the reed will no longer bend, and so it must break. And perhaps, I can only hope, seeing her example, the people of the city will know that they are not in danger from freak accidents or indeed malicious acts by any rune touched, that we of the city, in government and in the church, will do everything in our power to protect them.
And
And-
that power will not be enough.
She slowly raises her head and looks at you.
You are correct. I understand.
Sorry, we. First time for everything.
I can't believe you quoted misgendered question mark?
No.
I can't believe you misplurality'd your pronouns.
Ah!
We understand the conflict you face. We understand your reasoning. It is a difficult thing you have. Sympathy is not the word. Merely trust that we understand.
I hoped you
However,
would.
merely trust that this will happen again. If not Thessia Batalis, a beggar on the street, a child playing with their family. This person standing across from us. Any one of us could become holes in God. What will be left for you to take down?
Are you proposing that I do otherwise? I should be
Wait.
clear, while I obviously value your opinion, and indeed mean to show all deference due one of your existence, that I did not initially engage you with the intention that you would attempt to persuade me as to the outcome. Truthfully, what I most desire from you is information, first, and legitimacy. The knowledge that one of your unimpeachable character and identity has looked into the matter personally and stands by the tribunal.
Yes, we have not said as much to change your mind. Merely observed a possible oversight or fear for the future.
She begins lightly playing with one of the small golden icons on this shelf. I see. Your concern is noted, certainly, but I think you may be overestimating the power that the rune-touched possess, even though it is obviously quite awesome. They are greatly outnumbered by the rest of the city, just as we can't put their needs, or certainly not their wants, above the well-being of the city, so too could this city crush them under its weight, if that was the desire of its rulers. They know this, and that is why incidents like this tend to only come about by mistake, tragic though it may be. In most cases, anyway.
Does God make mistakes?
Can you, hang on real quick. We're gonna change you to this color. Can you go ahead and, make a roll to do here?
Ooh.
Hang on now, 1 second. Would that have anything to do with my twice-born privilege? You can say no.
Not for the specific thing that I'm using this roll to decide.
Okay.
And we're gonna roll off. You are gonna roll to... Hang on. I need to drop her. Yeah, she shouldn't actually have a swing locked in per se, but she's gonna roll to do purple. Okay. She seems slightly taken aback by the suddenness and bluntness of your question, and the patterns begin oscillating on her again. And you pick up something about Etria in this moment. That, it seems that the patterns do match, are somehow influenced by her state of mind or her train of thought at the given time. And so... You've been kind of observing to see if there's any particular pattern, and so far you haven't really seen one. In this moment, though, they start swirling after your question, but only after she pauses and thinks for a moment in such a way that gives you a little bit of insight into her here. Namely, that there is a surface level on which the kaleidoscope across her form reflects her thoughts, but it appears to be something she can consciously control as well. And in this exact moment, she has suddenly asserted conscious control over it due to being concerned about you potentially being able to read her reaction to your saying that. She pauses for another second, and the pattern slowly, like, sort of swirls slower back down into its more sort of default state. And she had placed a hand on her chest, and it slowly lowers as she reasserts her equilibrium. Certainly, God does not make mistakes. But even a mortal blessed by God, say, with a runic power, can do so, and have, and will again.
It is a difficult mystery. We change our mind. You do have our sympathy. That was the word.
Well, I'm glad for it. If you're feeling so inclined, I could use further assistance from you on this matter. And who knows, there may yet be... She trails off. You've given me something to consider. It's not worth discarding the possibility out of hand that there may have been more deliberate action here than simple mistake. So, it's perhaps worthwhile for me to know what they're thinking. I have it on authority from a source within the College of Incandescence, and some of the heads of the colleges are discussing a plan of action regarding the tribunal. Specifically, I believe it will be, who was it? Creotar of Palaikaios, representing the College of the Igniters in the matter. If you could find a way to invite yourself into their confidence, or even hover wordlessly nearby. You, after all, are not the sort of person who can be denied much should you ask for it. I would dearly love to know what comes of their discussion.
When will this take place?
This afternoon, apparently. No doubt they want to have the ability to formulate some kind of response by the day of the tribunal. And for that they need time, and so they must act quickly, and therefore, so must I. The last thing I need is a united opposition from them. And if such a thing is in the works, then I must at least know of it. Will you do this for me?
We will do this. But not for you. We merely wish to know.
I see. I suppose that will have to be good enough for me at the moment. And you, Peregrine? Yeah. There's nothing I need from you except for your silence, if you'd be willing to provide it. This was, after all, originally going to be a meeting for just your friend and I. Peregrine looks at you.
Peregrine can do no evil. God will not allow him.
Well, that's about the most ringing endorsement one could get, so by all means. She waves a hand. Go and do good, Peregrine. Yeah, that was the plan anyway. I am gonna, if you're gonna continue, I'm gonna wait outside, because this is a lot over my head, and it's making me a little uncomfortable. I'm just gonna go do the morning dance. Whether are you, you don't need anything, right?
No.
Then I'll talk to you in a second. Picks up his spear, opens the door, steps out, and the door hasn't fully closed when you hear a yikes. He seems like a good friend.
Peregrine is good in all senses.
Can you make me another roll to do real quick?
Yeah, sure.
What you chuckling at?
Sorry, that was me, Aram, chuckling.
That wasn't a very good one.
Let me, okay, roll to do, yeah. She watches the door for a little bit as after he's left and seems to be contemplating, but you don't really know what she might be contemplating specifically. Very well. And I should let you know, I've also put all the resources that I can spare while we're still on the run up to the tribunal to assisting with that other investigation. Your fellow Twiceborn Autumns, that is.
Yes. What have you learned?
Not as much as I was hoping would be possible to learn in the time that we've had. The two thieves you described really do appear to have gone to ground. None of my sources have returned any notion of their whereabouts, nor yet any description of anyone else who might have been involved. I have, of course, put many of my colleagues in the Ecclesiastica on notice that they should make themselves available to Autumn and to her former life sibling in the event that they need to be counseled or comforted in this difficult situation with their great-grandmother's soul once more seemingly at risk.
It will become a bigger problem than you realize.
Oh, two things in that category now. I'm not delighted to hear it. Why do you say that in this case?
Anybody could steal a reforged vessel. Only rune-touched are your concern for the other matter.
I suppose that's correct enough. For that matter, putting those two thoughts together, perhaps I should see if I can raise any of my contacts at the College of Life. They are the masters of the art of reforging, after all. And while it's unlikely any of their number would be directly involved in such a scandal, it would not be unprecedented, as I've noted. Now there's an interesting thought. An interesting thought indeed. Well. The tribunal must remain my focus, but only for the next day. Then perhaps I can bend my resources to seeing whether the College of Life has perhaps been up to something less than savory. She stands up from her desk. If we can, let's speak once more before the tribunal, and if you wouldn't mind, I would of course be honored to have you present, willing even to testify, should it become a matter of public interest. What say you?
Currently, it is not a matter of public interest. So we will deny your request until such it becomes. Currently, Thessia's death would only serve the highest part of Scon. Does this make sense?
It does. Naturally, I believe I'm acting in the best interests of the city as a whole. But I can see how it would appear that way. To someone who has not yet experienced the full breadth of how the city's pieces fit together in their current life. But you have time to learn. And you will certainly learn should we continue to associate after this. Keep it in mind. Is there anything else I can help you with? At the moment, I do have quite a bit to prepare for tomorrow.
What is this plant?
Oh. I believe the one here was harvested, the original stem taken from somewhere in the geode, replanted here. Maintained, of course, by some fabulously talented botanists, with the occasional help of an infuser. These here... I believe I picked them out at the promenade one day. I chose these ones myself. And couldn't speak to their exact origin. Most likely... probably cut from a plantation in the deep, perhaps? Do they interest you?
Yes.
I'll keep that in mind. I shall look into their origins, if you'd like to know more.
Very well.
She gives you a little nod. Then, until next we speak, I hope tonight, with knowledge of what transpires at this meeting of the minds,
Getting as close as they can to the flowers without actually touching them.
What of this?
That one, I believe I merely inherited from the previous occupant of this office, so I'm afraid I've no knowledge of it. But, as I said, I can make inquiries. Some sort of fern, I suppose? Why does it matter to you?
It was the one you forgot. You pay it no mind, and yet you let it live.
I have no qualms about the life of those to whom I pay no mind. They may live or die as they choose.
Very well. We will leave.
And then until we next speak. She goes back to this shelf, and the last you see of her as you exit, as she has resumed kind of idly manipulating one of the objects on the shelf and seems to be a bit lost in thought now.
As they leave, Wither will turn and look at this guard.
The guard very slightly turns to look at you.
Wither turns and looks at the plant in the corner and then walks out.
Just imagining the like points to my eyes, points to
Points
your
to
eyes.
you.
Thing. I see you, fucker.
Damn. If you were talking to like a real person who knew that you were threatening them, that would have gone over a lot easier, a lot better. But you're talking to a cardboard cutout of a human, so good luck, babe.
You step outside. Peregrine's waiting there with his spear leaned up against the wall. Oh, finally. I thought we were never going to get out of that place. I mean, I'm sure what you were doing here was very important, but, like, that was... I've enjoyed standing in one place for 5 minutes a lot more than that on many occasions.
It will not be important in the future.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad we bothered to do this then. No. Sorry. I'm just...
Go and find something fun to do, Peregrine.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, you didn't have to tell me twice. That sounds like a go find something fun to do on your own, Peregrine. Am I reading that right?
It seems like you do not want to continue.
I wasn't gonna say it, but this is yeah. Look, he reaches out to you. If you're in any kind of trouble or danger or anything that I can contribute to a solution by means of spear, I'm there. I'm your guy. You know that, right?
Do you promise?
Well, yeah. That's an easy. I don't need to wait for God to tell me that much.
Any solution?
Well, I mean, now you said that like really ominous, and I don't know why, but I trust you.
Don't worry, Peregrine. You can do no evil.
Hooray. I think you're overselling that, but I appreciate your confidence. I'm certainly gonna try, or, try not to. You know what I mean.
Just looks at him.
All right, I'm off to do fun stuff. See you later.
See ya!
I gotta go. My friend Far is meeting me at the mall later.
Yeah.
Wither
hang
will
out.
walk out into the street and stare at the sky.
Damn. Now I'm gonna have to contemplate making that canon. That would just be so funny. And you stare up at the sky. Are you looking for a sign? Are you looking for anything in particular?
I'm always looking for a sign. I'm always waiting for something.
Hmm.
Am I allowed to accept another sign from God?
Yeah. Let's see. Well, let me confirm what you're already cooking with right now.
Gotta make sure Etri is happy, and I gotta do the other thing.
Right. Yes. I think you'll be more likely to have a good basis for an interesting specific course of action after you've involved yourself in these events a little bit more. More so than if I just throw something arbitrarily at you right now.
Damn, where is everybody? Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I'm not above Well, okay. First, let me ask. I guess if you look for a sign, and one is not immediately forthcoming, what do you think your next course of action's likely to be then? If it's been left up to you.
Go find Thessia.
Okay. Well, that works out pretty nicely. I'll take any excuse I can have to get multiple PCs back on screen at the same time again. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you've all got slightly different ideas of like the next thing you're specifically looking to do, but then it seems to me that the logical thing is to just, given that you're all looking for at least one other person out of your little trio, so I don't see any reason to not just be like, and you find them, because then
Right.
like, you know, why waste time?
We have pagers.
Yeah. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop. Alpha,
Thankfully
Rita's
here.
escaped.
It is I, Goldar.
God, I always forget that that's what Goldar sounded like, and then if I ever see a clip of that show, it smacks me in the face like a dead fish.
Well,
Yes, my queen.
Yes, my queen.
Well, it's also you're a meshy. Like it's
Dude,
that
man,
kind
yeah,
of.
it's a little bit that, but it's also like not as deep as I think. Every time I think it's gonna be like, that's right, I'm Goldar. But no, it's just like this.
No, it's me.
Anyway.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I'm glad you're having fun.
I rarely know what you're talking about. Yeah, then I think, honestly, I think what makes the most sense is to put you guys near the colleges, because that's where Aurkrys already was, and Thessia, or no, Aurkrys, you were going home, weren't you?
I was going home.
You were going home afterward. Yeah, no one else has gotten to see Aurkrys's pad yet. Let's do that. I think specifically.
Thessia saw it, didn't she?
No, I don't think so.
No,
okay.
she hasn't been there itself. In which case, I tell you what we can do. Is we can if Thessia, I think you generally like roughly where Aurkrys lives, but you haven't seen it, and I imagine Aurkrys, for various reasons, you probably try not to let that be a super well-known thing. Is the
Yeah.
impression that I'm getting.
Yeah, like I don't super need people to know all about my business.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
like it's not a huge deal if they do.
In which case,
It's not
why
like
don't?
I'm hiding bodies in there.
Yeah, I mean, are they bodies if they're still alive? I suppose
Yeah,
in a literal.
that's what I said.
Yeah.
I'm not hiding bodies.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, passes the rune of innocence. Looks good to me. In which case, yeah, why don't we? You know what? I'm not above using the old classic of just bump into each other on the street while Aurkrys is on his way home, and Thessia's like, shit, isn't Aurkrys? Shouldn't he be like around here somewhere? Let's just fucking go for it, man. Oh well, I hope you get better
you can
soon.
do it.
Don't worry, I keep muting.
They'll think that you're crazy. They're gonna think we're crazy.
That's why I provided that context. Otherwise, they're gonna be like, "What are you talking about?"
We're in the rainbow part of town. We love the rainbow part of town.
Oh God, am I still on top of this tower?
Thessia, get down.
Oh, die, old Thessia.
I love the idea that Thessia was like, I know, I'll go to this place where I made a big hubbub not even 24 hours ago.
Well, it being the exact same street is more a contrivance of limited maps, but it's the Geode. But the Geode is a big place, and very few people would have seen you distinctly enough if they weren't in that like specific crowd or its aftermath.
Right.
So thankfully, you make your way here, and I mean, you're dressed as you are, it's obvious that you're of a social standing to fit in here in the rich underground part of town.
Yeah. I think Thessia will keep on scooting, and I don't know if she makes eye contact with Aurkrys, but she will give a friendly double wave with the left arms.
Oh. Miss Thessia.
Aurkrys, hello. I was actually just looking for you.
And so you have found me.
I was hoping to confirm some notes that we had procured just the other day. I don't know if you recall. Someone is targeting.
Beep, beep, beep.
Fireball!
Missile.
She kind of like tosses a hand out to the side. I was hoping to confirm some of those details with you and your expertise with some medicine, I suppose.
Well, I could certainly help with one of those.
Which
and
one?
hopefully I'd be able to help with the other. Medicine.
Right. The other is, of course, and she like makes sure to get close and lean in, our endeavor into the prison the other day. We had procured some...
What? I gotta tell everyone!
Yeah.
Just kill him on the street.
Anyway, none of that happens. Proceed.
Aurkrys stabs this guy and was like, oh, Thessia!
Yeah, how could you?
I just toss the knife at you. I toss the knife at you, I lay down.
Oh my god, she killed 2 people!
Yeah.
Yes. Such is probably best discussed at my home.
Of course. That's why I didn't want to... Yeah, but I wanted... You understand.
Yes.
I hope that's not imposing. I realize
not
it's a
at
bit
all.
rude to essentially invite myself to your home.
Oh, not at all. After all, I've been to your home several times. The least I could do is invite you to some tea at mine.
Oh, that would be lovely, actually. Also, it should be made apparent you made quite the impression on my mother. She would not stop it talking about how polite and delightful you were, so thank you for that.
Oh, splendid. I aim to please.
And you succeed. Oh, whoa. Catches Wither's eyes.
Ah, Wither. Our other friend. It seems we are fated to repeatedly encounter one another.
Huh, how are you?
No.
No?
We were calling to you.
Looks over to Aurkrys. Did you hear them?
I did not. And yet, I responded. That is a fascinating ability you claim to have.
Well, we were actually on our way to Aurkrys's home. You said that you were looking for him specifically. What for, if you don't mind me asking?
Both.
Me as well.
Yes.
Interesting. And what can I do for you?
Do what you will.
Looks to Aurkrys again and smiles. Sure, fair enough. I won't lie. Regardless of what you were thinking, I was probably going to do it anyways.
Let's retreat to my home.
Yes.
Are you under attack? Why are we running?
Aurkrys looks slightly annoyed, or rather, maybe not annoyed, but bothered to have more than one guest. One guest I can keep my eyes on.
Yep.
Especially Wither the cat that wanders.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily, you could probably assume that once you sit Thessia down, she won't move.
Right.
Hey man, what are you afraid of? If I see anything weird, it's not like I'm gonna tell anybody, and even better, it's not like I'm gonna judge you for it, man. Come
That's
on.
true.
Wither running around the house like Zoidberg.
Knocking over vases, eating your snacks.
Messing with my Saxit finger trap.
Yep. Eating
Here,
it.
here, play with this.
Oh.
Put both fingers inside and...
Puts one of your fingers in it.
Ah, well.
So Aurkrys leads you down. Do you think you take them in from the top, or do you lead them around to the main?
I think
entrance
since we're already underground, I would take them in through the main.
Okay.
Rather than climbing all the way back up to the top and then taking them in through the top. Plus, I not exactly interested in having them.
No.
My dad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. So Aurkrys leads you to what you recognize as a pillar. This is a common architectural quirk of Scon that sometimes, even underground, when a space gets hollowed out, it needs additional support. And so, both above ground and below, it's common to build these massive structures called pillars, shaped, well, like pillars, but they build them as towers to be occupied as well. And the families that live in them are also their guardians.
Neato.
We're minor nobles.
Yeah, I think Thessia is immediately intrigued with all the cool, like, little statues and masks and knickknacks and things like that.
Dude, you've got an evil mat. Does something happen if I put this on?
Ah!
I'll find
Oh,
out.
you become a second Aurkrys.
Oh, dreadful. Politely.
Here. Join me here in the in my dining area.
Of course. No, this
and I'll
is...
prepare some tea.
Yeah, I apologize that I've been kind of gawking. Just...
Not at all. It's why I have these things.
She very politely sits down crisscross applesauce and looks over. Right. Looks over at Wither and is debating, like, I guess Wither doesn't care what we talk about, but I'll wait to get on the topic I wanted to. And she'll turn back. As for medicine, I hate to impose yet again for your expertise. As you may or may not be aware, tung, tung, tung. That's actually the music in the background.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Wither's good.
Yeah.
Wither?
This is a good sound.
It is. Would you like it?
Yes.
It is yours.
Brings it over to the little city spot.
Strum.
I wonder, would that, like, activate any neurons of your past life at all? Or?
Would that activate a trap when you take it off the thing? Does it drop an
Indiana Jones boulder?
The trap door opens directly over one of the cells.
Yeah.
Did all Thessia things is like, oh, what a fascinating home.
Oh,
My goodness.
we call that one the guitarist cell.
Oh.
Let's see. Yes, you were saying medicine of a sort.
Right.
What kind?
So, I don't know if you overheard, I have a remarkably ill grandfather, and...
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic for it. In any case, I fear that sometimes he has some difficulty sleeping, and was curious if you had any remedies that might encourage long and enduring sleep.
Of course.
He wakes up at the slightest bump in the house, so anything to assist with that would be lovely.
Yes. I have a tea just for that. I call it Dusk's Embrace.
Oh. Is that something from your travels?
Indeed.
Hmm.
It is a very potent sleep aid.
Did you name it that?
I translated the name.
Oh,
It could be mistaken, but
no,
I
that is correct.
I feel it gets the point across well enough. And so, yes, you will take a pinch of this. Will bring a pinch of this into the tea. Will bring a deep sense of relaxation. 2 pinches will bring a deep and dreamless sleep. 3.
3.
Well, if you have an enduring love for your grandfather, I don't recommend you use 3.
Then don't tempt me and give me 2.
Here you are.
Thank you very much.
A small bag.
And look over to Wither. Are they just like plinking away?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't like a glitch or something happening.
No.
She kind of puts it in like a small pouch and looks back. Is it fast acting? Is the taste no? Well, I guess it's a tea.
It's a tea. It tastes not dissimilarly from lavender. It tastes quite nice. And it can be mixed in with more lavender. Hidden, if such was your desire.
Possibly. I'll need to think about that this evening. And how fast acting is it? I would hate to be associated with it.
Shouldn't take more than an hour.
So,
especially if your grandfather is already ill. Is there anything I can do to help your grandfather? On a more permanent basis?
not at the moment, but I'll definitely keep it in mind. He's the sort of individual that we've been needing to support for an extended period of time. He,
Another very sad burden.
Yes. Though, you didn't hear that from me.
He does not need to be.
She kind of like wraps her fingers on the table.
I keep what is unsaid unsaid. And let's see. In the meantime, here is a more active tea.
Oh, lovely!
Meant
Thank you so much.
Meant to encourage alertness.
I could use that.
Indeed, we are. We have a busy time ahead. It seems.
Yeah, I've been.
Master Wither.
Did you want any Wither?
It will do nothing for us.
I see. Then perhaps I could offer you some plain water.
Would that make you feel better?
No? If you want nothing, then merely say so.
You have given us this sound. This is enough.
Very well. And so, the medicine having been secured, what was the other issue? Referring to our dalliance in the prison?
Yes, there were some tablets that we had procured, most specifically regarding the man known as Myron. I think you are well acquainted with him and his capabilities.
Well, he certainly is by this point.
True.
Let me go see where I put those.
Thank you.
Probably left over here. I bring them right back
Collection
over.
of curios is a really good way to hide, like, oh, this is
Important stuff.
actually like relevant evidence in an ongoing police investigation. But yeah, it's in with my souvenirs for
Yeah.
Africa.
Yeah. Hope you can read, chump. All right, and I place them here at the table. I haven't gotten a chance to really dig into these myself, and so this will be a fantastic learning opportunity for the both of us.
Indeed. And no worries, you're a busy man, you're all over the city, and honestly, this is more of a, for me at least, it's a deep curiosity.
Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Medical history would be the most beneficial. I want to see what might have led him to being able to use 2 runes.
I think something in his mind, perhaps?
She nods. I've looked at this from the physical aspect multiple times, and I'm just not seeing a result. However, considering the very lucid states I had been in twice, and both resulted in an immense shift in the capabilities of the Thale rune, I am assuming there is a connection there.
And do we believe that this knowledge will aid you significantly in your upcoming tribunal?
She thinks. Possibly. I am considering going in a different direction for my defense, as it were. She kind of like pulls the tablet out, and you notice with all 4 hands, she's kind of going through them and rapidly reading them as she talks. My grandfather presented an ultimatum. He said that if I were to allow myself to use God as an excuse for the abundance of power that I personally displayed, I would be excised from the family. And at first I thought that to be rather cruel and annoying, but I thought about it more. I'm not proud of the results, that people were hurt. But I am impressed that I could do it. And I truly believe that if given the right resources, and if the leash were to be loosened a bit more, we could take runes to a much higher level. Scon is running out of space. Shapers are able to provide more, instead of just digging downwards towards the breath. That's creating more holes, which allows more breath to bleed through, and that's not sufficient.
I see.
I don't know if it's a good idea, honestly. It's probably a stupid one to go, yeah, sure, I did cause this, but like, if regulations were looser... But...
That is probably not the defense I would go with.
No, which is...
If anything, I would think that there are powers that be that already believe those leashes to be too loose as it is.
My mindset is, I use my rune out of desperation to survive, and I did. However, there was a consequence because I have not been given the opportunity to test the limit of the rune more openly, or in an environment that would be safe. Now, Doesn't help that I was super far down in the earth anyways, but it feels ridiculous, the idea to limit runes further considering what they do for our city. Scone would not be what it is today without our runes. People can pray and have, their belief in their god as much as they like, but Gaia didn't fix their roof. A shaper did. Gaia doesn't keep their food chilled so that we can enjoy it for months longer. That was the College of Stillness. You see what I mean? Like, if rune crafters were not present, we wouldn't have the luxuries or capabilities we do.
Indeed. I have not known... of all of the places I have been, Scone is the only one I have known to have rune crafting.
When you make this declaration to the people, is it your plan to make a declaration to the people in this effect?
I don't want to talk down about Gaia, obviously, because there are a lot of people that do believe in her adamantly, and it does result in many good things. I don't want it to come across as, people are stupid for having that belief, because it's not. I just want people to understand that if they want true, more immediate changes, they have to rely on the colleges. And I take it that doesn't sit well with you?
No, we do not care. Merely, if you will state something from your heart before you die, make sure you do not damn those you leave behind. Speaking as such, in such a manner, regardless of Gaia. Be careful. Take care that you do not.
They look down at the table, and then they look up at the ceiling.
Take care that you do not make yourself sound like a threat. Take care that you do not make those with the same power as you sound like the only option.
I see what you mean.
Do you understand?
By saying that the only way that Scone can progress through the colleges, yes, it makes it sound like an ultimatum, that if we don't exist, then nothing would happen at all. It sounds bad. It talks down. I assume that's the direction you're going?
Yes.
That's fair.
Wither will turn slightly to Aurkrys.
In your travels, you will tell us, how did cultures and people survive with no runes of their own?
Everyone had their own way. Slightly different, sometimes similar techniques. There are as many different ways to make your own way as a sentient being in this world as there are sentient beings in this world. Typically, it is whatever works. Scone has the benefit of the runes. I have seen other lands where people billow smokes into the sky that summon rains for their crops. I've seen places that subsist off of nothing but fungus to grow within themselves a degree of colonies to help them digest foods that they otherwise would not be able to. I suppose what I'm trying to say is wherever life is, it finds
Is different.
a way.
Why? I'm Aurkrys, of course.
I'm,
Why?
of course. Why?
Thessia thinks on that a bit. I just feel like the runes that we have could be used for the public in a grander scale. I mean, we still have layers of this city that are just falling apart. But we're spread thin as the Shapers with other tasks, whether it be restabilizing other homes, or if we need finances, we would take care of a noble first, or something of the sort. If we...
This is always the way.
Indeed.
No matter where I go, the wealthy, the powerful, those that have decided unto themselves and convinced everyone else that they have the way, whether it be through wealth or whether it be through command or even raw physical strength over others. These people always exist, and their needs are always seen to first.
Yeah, not exactly sold on that concept, despite my upbringing.
It is what it is.
Hmm.
And let me ask you this. If you were to be excised from House Baetalus, would that be so bad?
She sets down a couple of the tablets. It wouldn't be for me. But
What would you lose?
I would lose my sibling and my mother. And the pressures placed upon them would only grow.
Then why does your grandfather see fit to gamble you based off of any... why does your grandfather see fit to handicap you in a situation that you are already struggling through, that you are already likely to die over?
Because he is a remarkably prideful man, and the name of the family is above all else. He's old-fashioned, to put it mildly.
It does not need to be.
Let me ask you, does your sibling have any unique talent to offer?
They are in the process of becoming a scrivener. And I am concerned with my absence. The weight of everything would prevent them from succeeding in that, and I won't allow it. I won't let my failings be their downfall.
You no longer belonging to House Baetalus, would you lose your job?
She thinks about that.
It doesn't seem to me that there are enough Shapers in the city to go about throwing one away simply because they no longer have a last name. Your mother and your sibling are still your blood, even if you cannot claim their name. Surely they would not abandon you to the wolves when they so desperately need your aid, even if your grandfather commanded it.
She wraps her fingers on the table and kind of looks up. I know my sibling wouldn't. My mother, I'm not so certain.
That's sad.
Indeed. Again, very dedicated to the old ways, and bless her heart, she works very hard, and I love her with all my heart. But she is also stuck in tradition.
It seems to me there is only one person in your family who currently offers nothing at all.
Looks up.
That's right, God.
Are you going to make me say it? Because I think we all
Well,
know who.
It needs not be said. It is obvious to anyone with eyes.
This is not true.
Looks over.
He is a man of wit. He is a man of cunning. We know
And like
not.
all men, he will die.
Yes, but secrets and knowledge can die with men. We know not if he is the type to lie. However, if he is, and the tablets and information he mentioned are blank, it is only then that he is truly offering nothing.
She kind of leans on the table a bit. You are right. He has an immense amount of knowledge. The problem is he's not exactly the sharing sort. Not a very generous man.
Seems a poor patriarch who does not pass on the knowledge that he has gained to his family.
Indeed. Takes a little sip of tea. He does have some tablets in his room, though. Ones that he made it very clear to me. Should I not be excised from the family, he would happily offer me.
I don't think he's in much position to stop you from walking in and taking it.
I think you're understanding why I need that sleeping tea.
The only thing I'm failing to understand is why you don't want that third.
She kind of wraps her fingers on the table.
Aside from not wanting to be a kinslayer. But
Who's stuck in tradition now? Am I right?
But there are others who could deliver this potent tea to your poor ailing grandfather.
He's not the sort to meet new people.
We have already met him.
I have not. However, I have aided you in waking from a slumber that some thought unending.
I'm gonna have her.
I have made a solid impression upon your family, with one exception.
Oh no, that's the brain.
Isn't red body?
Or yeah, but I was going between yellow and blue most specifically,
Yeah,
just because it's either the heart or the mind. And the heart is like, no, we
no,
can't,
Pop.
but Pop, we can't just. kill
And the
somebody.
body is like, you're right, I can kick his ass.
I mean, that wasn't even up for a challenge. Like,
Yeah,
honestly, she could easily just walk in there, snap his neck, and that would be that. Like, it wouldn't be a challenge at all for her. But that's not the part that's in question. She, like, kind of cups her chin and thinks. I do dislike the idea of killing, as I've already got blood on my hands unintentionally. But he has been a drain on the family ever since my father passed. I do fear for my mother's health, because if she lost him now, despite their tumultuous relationship, he is still her father.
Worry not, I will be there to help fill in that gap.
God.
Freak.
in his absence, I shall.
Thessie's
Shall
mom
take it upon
has
myself.
got it going on.
I shall take it upon myself.
Oh,
to
it's such a
relieve
burden.
her.
Oh,
In this difficult
no.
time, I shall be there for her like no
Are
one
you the
else.
bad guy in a Hallmark movie?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm the bad guy in every movie.
Yeah, that's when we find out Aurkrys is like, I hate Christmas.
I hate Christmas, and I also live in a big city.
I'm in
and
the big
I
city
work
with an
very
important
hard.
job.
I pose to rename it to Aurkrysmas.
Yeah.
That's very clever, Will. Thank you.
Thank you. She kind of thinks on it. I wonder, would a sudden death in the family buy me more time for a tribunal?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
Speaking of your tribunal, there is one other matter I feel it necessary to bring up with the both of you. There is, according to my understanding, to be a meeting tonight between various heads of the college. It is my understanding that everyone stands at different points for the time being.
Kayatar of House Palaiakaios will be present.
Oh, that makes sense.
It would probably benefit you, to have at least an idea of where everybody stands. And if possible, we may convince those that may not be... we may be able to convince those that stand opposed.
To side with me?
Indeed.
I understand why I wasn't invited, but it is still annoying. But I get it.
To be blunt,
Smokes.
it matters not.
Dream
Sorry.
blunt rotation.
I mean, honestly,
Nightmare
Wither,
blunt rotation.
you just roll Wither up a bit, and yeah.
Yeah, shit. Rolled the worst blunt in all of Scott.
to be frank,
Turns into a hot dog.
No! God damn it!
to be honest, it matters not what convincing you do on the part of the colleges, as was surmised. Etria has her orders and has made up her mind. We know this is not what you want to hear.
but I appreciate it. Thank you for learning that.
I mean, wasn't hard to guess that might be her aim.
No, but confirmation is good.
Indeed.
It is not you. It is what you represent.
She kind of
The
like,
college itself.
I think more what I can do. The display that one rune shaper is able to do that much damage, and worse, technically, unintentionally.
And if you were to be executed, that would surely stop anybody else who happens to fall upon such power in the future.
Indeed.
No, that is not. That is not going to stop any rune touched from doing what rune touched do.
These were words that we said, and
Logic
they
is
seemed
poor.
to have no effect.
My concern...
We have taken note.
Looks up at you like, continue.
No. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
We have taken note that you had mentioned a prison. You will tell us of this.
She nods. Fair enough. After I had woken up from the, I guess, coma, there's really no other way to describe it, we were tasked at a certain point to investigate a prison that my father actually helped develop. When we arrived, it seems that there had been a hostage situation by a man named Myron. What you should know about this prison is it is designed to prevent shaping of any kind with Thale. However, Myron was able to do so. And more interesting than that, and I would appreciate if you did not speak of this too openly, as it's something I wish to explore more, and I am concerned of the reaction some people might have. Myron seemed to be able to use 2 runes, which is, up to this point, thought to be impossible. I assure you, every rune shaper has tried multiple times with all of the runes, just to see, maybe. But to see an old, mad man able to do it so easily. Well,
because he was not of his mind.
She points. And that is the conclusion I'm coming to now. Or at least, I think part of it is that there was no more limitation in his mind. I've always felt that while it is important, all of the various aspects of studying and actual physicality and how you create the rune, all of that is important. I have always believed that you are only truly limited by your imagination. And if you could learn to truly open your mind to it, I mean, the things that we could do to make
That
Scon
is
better.
your solution.
She kind of tilts her head.
Single strum on the question mark guitar thing. Single strum, multiple strums.
What if you were to offer an ultimatum? Offer your services. Imagine the luck. Imagine the possibilities if your grandfather's knowledge contains the solution to make what Myron did truly impossible. To fix the impenetrable prison that not even your father could make perfect. Then Etria could put all of the little terrible rune touched inside, where they couldn't hurt anybody.
But that would condemn my colleagues if they felt the need to just round them up without any true reason.
We never said you would actually do it.
I feel like they'd call upon that at some point.
An idea.
No, I don't mean to shoot it down so quickly. It's just I am concerned with presenting an ultimatum that basically boils down to do this or people get hurt. If anything, it feels like it feeds into what her fears are.
Where would you be executed?
I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it too much. I imagine somewhere very
I
public.
heard they let you pick these days.
I imagine somewhere very public. If they were feeling particularly cheeky, they'd probably do it in the Scholastica. Up in the colleges.
I've got an idea.
Kills you.
Fix the problem.
Do you know how to? Do you remember your particular rune?
Thale, of course.
No, the other one.
Ah. So the problem with that is that that one is infused with something else entirely when my mind had, I guess, been opened. Replicating that, I assure you, I have tried, and I can't seem to nail it.
Well, I was going to suggest that I could pick the 5 most likely places that you would be executed and hide the rune.
And what result would you seek from that?
Your survival.
Okay, good. But I feel like there's a little more needed for context, because the last time that rune was activated, it made
it would also create a more public display of that power that you possess. A reminder that you did it once and you could do it again. It would also help you escape, at least temporarily.
If I can be greedy, I'd prefer not to be a criminal. That would be hunted or, running from everything.
For a short time. As I said, power looks different in a lot of different places. But people always kneel to power.
If it could be displayed as a benefit rather than strictly a threat, it could show the general public that, yes, the runes are good, and if given a little more freedom, we'd be able to provide for them far more. But to those who actually understand, they would have to bow their head. Like Etria.
Just something to consider.
Oh, it's worth considering. I think Thessia has still been kind of observing these little tablets to see if anything crops up regarding Myron that seems intriguing or useful to her.
Well, let's see. I don't think there's really any reason to have you roll anything here.
Sure.
I'm thinking if there's any reasonable 2 different outcomes that would actually be interesting.
I spill my coffee all over them, but it doesn't matter because they're clay.
They're stone, yeah.
Aren't you glad we don't use books?
Yeah.
Can't burn the Library of Alexandria like this, baby.
Yeah. Well, your conversation has crossed over several times the notion of the need to deal with Rune-Touched, who have stepped far out of line, gotten either been seen as too dangerous, too powerful, even if benign, and the record of Myron's internment at Stonehold is certainly a grim and material reminder of a possible ending to your own story. It seems, according to these records that give a little more context beyond what you were able to learn on the day, and certainly more than you got out of Ninarel when you asked her about it. It seems that Myron was first arrested is not really the appropriate term, but first seized by...
Apprehended.
Yeah. By authorities after his home was heavily destroyed, and upon assessing the situation, it was obvious that it had been done through shaping powers, and 3 of his other immediate family members who he lived with were dead as a result, while he himself was not. And it seems that he repeatedly... he never once backed down from a statement that it hadn't been his intention, and he didn't know how it had happened. It was like his body had acted on its own, and that someone else was to blame. The records don't go on to name the individual because it sounds as though he did not actually get to name the individual because he collapsed in custody at a certain point and basically slipped into a coma. The body was alive, but he seemed to be mentally entirely vacant. And there were most people were in favor of just well, there's nothing for it, we'll go ahead and just execute him and send him on his way. But it seems that even though it was not the majority opinion, that somehow that it was decided in the other way, that someone who is not named in this document, someone or someones, presumably influential, decreed that, no, we built this prison for Shapers, we're gonna damn well use it, because we still don't exactly understand what happened, and maybe there will be something to be learned by studying his mind or his body. And so they put him there instead, where he remained for the better part of a year, because this was just shy of a year ago. And it appears that the fact that he did not actually die, that he lived but was basically rendered a vegetable, was not made public knowledge. It's not explicitly stated, but it's not clear whether even the College of Shapers was told that he was still alive. and that he was secreted away, essentially, well, secretly. There's very few people who knew who he was or specifically that he was there. And he showed no signs of ever being responsive in the time these records were made. Right up to, presumably, the day on which the fissures occurred and the prison was damaged, and he subsequently escaped, having suddenly regained consciousness.
Oh, so he was unconscious for like a year.
Yep. He was unresponsive. He was being fed and given water, but his body had to be made to take it, because he was entirely mentally vacant during that time. From some it's speculated, was this from trauma, or he had some kind of psychotic break or physical breakdown after he had been seized. It's not entirely clear.
Okay. Thessia kind of like taps her fingers on the tablets. Do you think this would be useful to bring up at the meeting? Not that I plan on crashing it.
I was actually going to suggest that you crash the meeting.
Well, I should let them talk a little bit first. You know, I want to hear their honest opinions before I come
Of course.
marching it. Fashionably late, of course. But I feel like this would be useful information for the colleges to know. That there are some people that are willing to make crafters disappear if they're interesting enough. I mean, they had a full year to do a thorough investigation, and they didn't. This man was unconscious for that year, and I guess was provided the minimal amount of medical attention. That's all very concerning. I don't suppose you know when this meeting is taking place.
This evening.
Can we narrow that down a little bit more?
Aram, help.
Help. Well, evening is all you heard from Etria, probably because that's all she was able to get from her own source at the College of Incandescence. You know that Creotar is supposed to be in attendance. You also don't know where this is supposed to take place.
Well, if Creotar is supposed to be present, I mean...
Find him and follow him.
That was my thoughts exactly. And luckily, he glows in the dark, so...
Well,
Also-
he's hardly the only person in the city to glow in the dark.
Right, but he's also enormous. I can pick him out in a crowd pretty easily.
Sure.
What
Well, there we have it, I suppose. A plan?
So far, my testimony is still up in the air. I feel like I need to see where the colleges stand regarding me, and maybe find out if there is any similar thoughts from them. I mean, another alternative is that if the colleges decided to stop providing their services,
That would certainly get the people on your side.
and while the people don't have a lot of official power, the numbers alone are remarkable. And I mean, it'd be nice for them to feel like they have more of a voice, if possible. Not even just for my own sake, but, you know, I've worked with the lower class time and time again, and I am often curious what more we could do if they were given even one opportunity. But that's fanciful dreaming.
I'm of the belief that they have the opportunity every single day.
But the odds are against them.
They are.
Well, all the same. Fessia finishes off the tea and very gently puts it back on its like little coaster and looks up. Well, that was delightful. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. Soon enough, we will meet again for your
Festy.
meeting.
Yeah, hooray. Yeah, I need to go track down Kreatar and decide how I'm going to be following him. I'm thinking the roofs.
The roofs work well. People seldom look up.
And I can get just about anywhere.
Thessia, as you finish off the tea, set down your cup. The tea that Aurkrys offered you for later is before you. Up to 3. How many will you take?
She stares for a very long time. I suppose options are important, and she will take the 3rd. Not
You could have taken 2, and we would have done the rest.
She turns. You seem honestly excited, well, as excited as you can for the opportunity.
He is withering.
Yeah, that was established as such. But is this a twice-born thing I'm not familiar with?
I do not know.
Let's see, it's still in blue. She'll put the 3rd back. I will provide him the tea before I head out to the meeting. Whatever happens, happens, I suppose.
And I think that's where we'll end for tonight, then.
Oh, God!
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah,
We're
Thessia...
doing murder plots.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Thessia doesn't like her grandpa that much, so it's not a hard push, especially if it's like, we'll do it. It's like, well, I mean, I
do
didn't
it.
do it.
We'll do it, so Will doesn't.
Yeah.
Will joins the chat. Wheel!
All right.
Oh boy, thanks, Aram.
Yeah. Want to go ahead and cut the recording there for tonight?
We shall. Toodles.
Bye.
Well, 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 well. Aurkrys really be like, damn, you've got an old man in your closet too? Let's kill them both. Welcome back, everyone, and by everyone I mean me. I'm the one whose bag you were here all along. wacky. Dang, thanks everyone for coming out to watch. Let's go ahead and look at fan art. Let me see if there's an imager. And as a reminder, if you want to submit fan art and see it at the end of these streams, you can do that on the Stabbiness Discord. Let me link that real quick, just for those who might not have been around. There is an imager. It is by Rosie the Reveler. Thank you very much for that. And let me bring us over to that. Let's see. We want this one. Here we go. All right. From Enid Huid. It's a comic. I think those brothers duped me. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I have half a reason to think they did it. Oh, really? I was still kind of on the fence about it, but if you're still sure, they did it and you should kill them. Whoa, now that's a tad bold, in my opinion. I mean, they are bastards, but wouldn't say they deserve death. What the hell are you doing? Stop, there's some here. Shut up. Oh, sorry, was I being much there? We weren't talking to you, but I'm the only person here. Spooky music.wave. Thank you, Enid Huid. And also from Enid, we're not your mommy, we're your grandma. We're not your mommy, we're your grandma. I don't understand. What are you doing? Thank you for that. And also for, it is all right to have desires. I myself have desires of my own. Yeah, I know, your whole drug thing. Oh, not just that. Oh, really? What else? Cooking. Technically not a lie. Thank you, Enid. Well. Thanks everyone who came out tonight to watch. If you would like to see more of stuff on the channel, you can check out the Discord there. If you'd like to see more of Beginning of the End, then feel free to check out my Patreon, which is the central hub for content for this show. So, you can find extra episodes, you can find extra art and maps, and, goodness, lore posts, just the whole shebingle. Whole bunch of extra stuff if you want to learn more about the story. You also, or if you just want to show me your support, I'd be gratified either way. And we'll be back next week with the next episode, the penultimate episode of this arc. Will Thessia's grandfather live to see another sunrise? For that matter, will Thessia after she goes on trial? We're going to find out the answers very soon. Until then, until specifically 6 p.m. Eastern, the same Twitch channel right here, twitch.tv/stabbiness of next week. Until then, specifically, I'll bid you all adieu, and have a good night. Farewell.